Chapter 2768. The next day, Xiao Tao, who had only been serving Ning Qi for a few days, came to Du Gumo's study and handed him a piece of paper. Du Gumo looked at it and let out a long sigh of relief. There were 3 addresses on the paper, and 3 antidote pills were hidden. After memorizing the address, Du Gumo destroyed the note. He only hoped that Ning Qi would be able to return to Yanjing within 3 years. Otherwise, if Wen Yu knew that he could no longer obtain the antidote, he would definitely go berserk and hurt him. Sir, young Master Ling Feng said that the 3rd pill is not the antidote pill. Remember the order. Xiao Tao said again, not the antidote pill. Du Gumo was slightly startled, but he immediately understood. He smiled and said to Xiao Tao, you were originally following Su Qingping. From today onwards, you don't have to follow her anymore. Follow Yun Er. Thank you, sir. Xiao Tao hurriedly nodded. After leaving Du Gumo's study, Xiao Tao walked to the courtyard where Ning Qi used to live. Seeing that there was no one around, she took out the Yin Soul record and read it carefully. This was given to her by Ning Qi after that night. Xiao Tao was not stupid. She knew that this was something that could change her fate. 3 months later, Ning Qi and the 9th prince each rode a horse and walked on a road. This was no longer within the borders of the Yan kingdom. It was a small country that was separated from the Yan kingdom by a mountain range. Back then, this small country had offended the borders of the Yan kingdom and was defeated by the Yan emperor's army. Since then, they had never been able to recover from this setback and didn't dare to do anything else. The 9th prince had disappeared when the Yan emperor was fighting here. How far is it? Ning Qi smiled. The 9th prince glanced at Ning Qi and smiled. We are almost there. That place is very secluded. I haven't been here for many years. Although I don't remember it clearly, it should not be too far from here. After a pause, he asked, are you really going to that place? Even if you are a spirit-level expert, it would not be easy to come out alive. Didn't you come out soon? You even brought 36 soul exterminating crossbows. Ning Qi smiled. The 9th prince smiled and did not say anything else. Half a day later, the 9th prince suddenly jumped off the horse. I'm not going to ride here. After Ning Qi dismounted, he patted the horse lightly. The horse neighed and galloped off into the distance. Afterward, the 2 no longer walked on the main road, but entered the dense forest from the side. The 9th prince's speed was extremely fast. Every time he looked back, he found that Ning Qi was able to maintain a distance of 3 meters from him, no more, no less. Soon, the 2 of them crossed the mountain and stood on the summit. They could see a small valley not far away. This road was very steep. If an ordinary martial artist were to come here, they would fall and their bones would be crushed. But for a spirit-level expert, this was nothing. That's it. The 9th prince pointed at the valley. Then let's go. Ning Qi smiled. It only took Ning Qi and the 9th prince less than half an hour to reach the valley. In the center of the valley, there was a strange stone statue. It was a tall and thin humanoid stone statue. It wore a tall hat and held a stick in its hand. The morning stick's long tongue dangled from its mouth to its belly. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. This image reminded him of the black and white impermanence. At this moment, an eagle's cry suddenly came from the sky. A giant eagle, with a wingspan of 3 meters, descended from the sky and landed in front of the 2. There was a figure standing on the giant eagle with his hands behind his back. He was frowning as he looked at Ning Qi and the 9th prince. Who are you? How did you find this place? The other party said calmly. The 9th prince didn't answer. Instead, he smiled at Ning Qi and said, Xiao Wuchang has been cultivating in the Lantern Mountain for many years. He is a spirit realm expert. This huge eagle is his beast soul. A trace of astonishment flashed across Xiao Wuchang's eyes. He felt that the 2 people in front of him were very unfamiliar, but they were able to tell his background so easily. Who the hell are you? Xiao Wuchang shouted coldly. The eagle under his feet stood up abruptly and stared at the two of them coldly, as if it was ready to attack at any time. Yen country, ninth prince, Yen Jibei. The ninth prince said with a smile as he cupped his hands. The ninth son of Yenlong, Yen Jibei? Xiao Wuchang was slightly startled. He then sneered and said, "Judging from your aura and your understanding of me, you must not be an ordinary person. You must have been here before to be able to find this place, right? Hee hee, I didn't expect someone like you to be hiding in the Yen country. You don't even know how to kneel when you see me. Bow. Even your father doesn't dare to speak in front of me. We are both spirit realm experts. Why do we have to bow?" Yen Jibei smiled. Both spirit realm experts? Xiao Wuchang was shocked, and a hint of vigilance appeared in his eyes. He found that the two of them were indeed not afraid of him. There was no fear in their expressions at all. "I didn't expect you to be a spirit realm expert at such a young age. You must have obtained some opportunities in that place. Are you going there to look for opportunities to break through the Nirvana realm?" Xiao Wuchang sneered. "I'm just leading the way." Yen Jibei smiled. "Humph!" Xiao Wuchang snorted. The huge condor under his feet turned into black smoke and entered his body. He glanced at the two of them with fear. He walked to the statue and touched it. Then he turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of the two of them. "Shall we go too?" Yen Jibei looked at Ning Qi and smiled. "You first." Ning Qi smiled. Yen Jibei nodded his head indifferently. He walked to the statue and touched it. Then he disappeared like Xiao Wuchang. Ning Qi walked slowly to the statue and looked it up and down. He became more and more curious about this place. If this statue was really cast in the image of the black and white impermanence, would this place be related to the underworld? Thinking that these soul devourers relied on souls to strengthen their bodies and could control souls after reaching the spirit realm, Ning Qi felt that his guess should be close to the truth. Thinking of this, Ning Qi reached out and touched the statue. In the end, he didn't disappear like Xiao Wuchang and Yen Jibei. The eyes of the lifeless statue suddenly moved and looked at Ning Qi. Then it let out a voice that was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. "Lord is here." "Lord?" Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. The scene in Styx Palace suddenly appeared in his mind. At that time, the souls that flew out of the statue also called him Lord. "You are. I'm Xiaobayan." There was a trace of excitement in the voice of the statue. Chapter 2769. Another unfamiliar face. A cold laughter sounded in Ning Qi's ears. This place was like a temple. Yen Jibei was standing in front of Ning Qi, while Xiao Wuchang was long gone. The speaker's face was extremely pale. When he laughed, his tongue was bright red, as if it was stained with blood. Most importantly, his aura was the same as the beast souls controlled by Yen Jibei and Xiao Wuchang. This was the aura of a soul. "Kid, this is your first time in the underworld, right? Haven't seen ghosts before?" Seeing Ning Qi constantly looking at him, the speaker laughed again. "Underworld." Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. The place where he appeared was like a temple. There were many statues, and the one who spoke was a soul without a physical body. In addition, in the short time he appeared, many confused souls appeared out of thin air. As soon as they appeared, they floated out of the temple. "You are." Ning Qi looked at the speaker and asked calmly, "I'm the guide here, responsible for guiding living souls. When you die in the future, you may also come to me, hee hee." The speaker laughed strangely. "Guide." Ning Qi's eyes were slightly strange. "You living people shouldn't stay here for too long, lest you anger those who have just died. Since you're here, go and do your own things. Go." The speaker waved his sleeve and said. Ning Qi and Yen Jibei looked at each other and then strode out of the temple. Outside the temple was a barren mountain. Many confused souls gradually regained their clarity and left in all directions with fear or ecstasy. Only a few souls looked at Ning Qi and Yen Jibei with their glowing green eyes. but they seemed to be able to feel that Yan Jibei and Ning Qi were very powerful, so they didn't really pounce on them. "You're not afraid at all." Yan Jibei looked at Ning Qi and his eyes flickered. "Why should I be afraid?" Ning Qi asked with a smile. Yan Jibei smiled. "This is the underworld, the place where the soul goes after death. You've never heard of this place before, and this is your first time here. Are you really not afraid? Don't tell me you've never thought that perhaps you're also dead for being able to come here? There are many people in this world who want me dead. Unfortunately, I still can't die. Naturally, I won't die here. I guess you must have wet your pants when you first entered this place, right?" Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Yan Jibei's expression changed slightly, as if Ning Qi had seen through his thoughts. Back when he followed Emperor Yan to battle, he accidentally fell into this valley. He was lucky enough to not die. Then he accidentally touched the statue and was sucked into the underworld. At that time, he was so scared that he peed his pants. He thought he was dead. Humph! Yan Jibei snorted coldly and no longer spoke. No wonder it's said that nirvana can only be achieved in this place. This is the underworld. There must be more powerful souls here than in the human world. However, I'm very curious if the living can freely enter and exit this place through the statues. Then what about these people who are really dead? Can't they leave hell? Ning Qi laughed. This is the rule. It's impossible for people who are really dead to leave hell because there are 4 venerables here. No matter how powerful the soul is, as long as it has the thought of leaving, it will be suppressed. Don't ask me how I know this. This is what a senior in hell told me. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Only people like us who are not really dead can go back and forth through the statues. However, we can't leave at any time. You've seen the guide just now. If you don't have anything to move him, he won't let you touch the statues. Yan Jibei let out a strange laugh. For venerables, Ning Qi's expression changed. There really are stronger existences here. However, he didn't know how strong the venerables Yan Jibei mentioned were. His cultivation was still suppressed by some mysterious force. Even after coming to this so-called hell, he couldn't recover. Then, the venerables here should also be under the same restriction. That's right. Perhaps this place was the reason why mysterious sword old man wanted him to come here. Ning Qi thought for a while and said lightly, "What's the background of the 4 venerables you mentioned? How are they compared to the experts of nirvana?" "You want to know about the venerables?" Yan Jibei chuckled. "It's not a secret. You'll know after staying in hell for a few more days. Rumor has it that hell has already existed since the beginning of the world. The 4 venerables are terrifying existences that appeared at the same time as hell. As for whether they're humans or ghosts, no one knows. The 4 venerables are the supreme beings of hell. All souls and living beings that enter hell are under the jurisdiction of the 4 venerables. However, as far as I know, no one has seen the 4 venerables. The ones who govern hell on their behalf are the patriarchs of Samsara Temple." Samsara Temple, Ning Qi's eyes moved. Qi Yao once said that mysterious sword old man had also seen a Samsara Temple master. However, that place was definitely different from this place. Was it just the same name? Or was there something else? Perhaps only by going there and seeing the structure of hell and the background of the 4 venerables, everything would become clear. Let's go. We'll talk as we walk. Ning Qi smiled. Walk? To where? Yan Jibei was slightly startled. Naturally, to take a look at Samsara Temple. You said that they are in charge of this place. Since we're here, how can we not pay our respects? Ning Qi smiled. Yan Jibei's expression suddenly changed. He then smiled and said, "All right, I happen to know the way. Let's help each other to the end." Along the way, Ning Qi asked Yan Jibei about the underworld again. He wanted to verify if there was any connection between this place and the underworld in his memory. He remembered the guy who called himself Xia Bayan. That was the name of the underworld's white impermanence. However, Yan Jibei's answer was different from what Ning Qi had imagined. He seemed to have no concept of the hell that Ningqi knew about. The hell that he mentioned was a place where living beings and souls could coexist. As long as the living beings had the opportunity to come here, they could also survive. All right, he would be able to obtain the soul devourer technique, and there were countless souls in the netherworld. To a soul devourer expert, it was practically a holy land. However, there was a price to pay. The souls that came to hell were not as pure as those in the human world. They were all contaminated with the unique aura of hell. If they swallowed too much of it, they would easily be possessed and eventually lose their sanity. In addition, the powerful souls in hell would also hunt living beings for their blood essence. This was extremely beneficial to them. Therefore, some powerful experts would make a deal with the powerful souls in the underworld. They would use living people to exchange for some of the powerful, clean, and pure souls in their hands. For us spirit realm experts, ordinary souls are useless even if we devour them. They can't help us achieve nirvana. Therefore, we either choose to trade or hunt those powerful souls. However, only some big sects have the means to remove the impurities from their bodies. Chapter 2770. Hehe, you still want the Een Soul record? How profound can a cultivation method like this, which the dark spirit sect uses to select their disciples, be? Ningqi smiled and said, "It's better than your own cultivation method. The Een Soul record is the stepping stone. With this brick, I will have the opportunity to join the dark spirit sect." Yen Jibei said calmly, "I heard that you plan to establish your own sect." Ningqi smiled and said, "With enough foundation, I will." Speaking of this topic, Yen Jibei's expression became extremely solemn. Fengdu City, hehe. Ningqi no longer paid attention to Yen Jibei, but looked at the giant city in front of him. At this moment, the city gate was wide open, and souls were constantly coming in and out. Most of them were the new ghosts who had just arrived in the underworld. With a trace of apprehension and fear on their faces, they headed towards Fengdu City. Every time a soul passed by Ningqi and Yen Jibei, they would subconsciously stop in their tracks and look at the two of them with a hint of greed in their eyes. However, the qi and blood of the two of them were too strong, so strong that they didn't dare to make a move. You see, if you just came to take a look out of curiosity, you can turn around and leave now. The underworld is not a good place for us living people. We want to devour souls, and the souls also want to devour us. If we encounter some century-old ghosts or even 1,000-year-old ghosts, it will be very difficult to deal with them. Yen Jibei said lightly. He was right. Ningqi was indeed curious, but his curiosity was different from what Yen Jibei had imagined. He not only wanted to take a look, but he also wanted to see through the underworld thoroughly. He wanted to see with his own eyes who the four venerables were, and at the same time see if mysterious Sword Elder would be here. Firstly, it was impossible to leave the underworld in a short period of time. Come on, let's enter the city. Ningqi smiled and walked towards the city gate. Yen Jibei looked at Ningqi's back, and his eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of a smile. At the city gate, there stood more than a dozen evil spirits with spears and forks in their hands. Each of them was more than 10 feet tall, and their aura was more than 10 times stronger than the new ghosts. When the new ghosts entered the city, they would tremble with fear and did not dare to look directly at them. When it was Ningqi and Yen Jibei's turn, the eyes of these evil spirits became even more intense. Heat could also be described as greed. They are the evil spirits of the Samsara Temple. They have a rule. They can't attack us, living people, unless we devour souls here. Yen Jibei smiled at Ningqi. His voice was neither loud nor soft, so the group of evil spirits naturally heard him. One of the evil spirits let out a cold snort and no longer looked at the two of them. Ningqi nodded with a smile. The strength of this group of evil spirits was at least equivalent to a 7th or 8th grade spirit devourer. Fengdu City used them to defend the city, which was enough to prove that there were evil spirits in Fengdu City that were at least equivalent to spirit rank existences, or even stronger. 100-year-old ghost is about the same as me, and 1,000-year-old ghost is called a ghost king. Basically, only Forefather Terminator can fight against them. There is a ghost king in Fengdu City. If you provoke him and the ghosts attack you, even Forefather Terminator will have a hard time leaving Fengdu City alive. After entering the city, Yan Jibei introduced the distribution of forces in Fengdu City to Ning Qi. In addition to this ghost king, there would also be some spirit devourer experts and spirit rank experts living in Fengdu City. These existences were basically the same as Yan Jibei and Xiao Wucheng, all rogue cultivators. As for the sect disciples, if they appeared in the underworld, they would be in groups and rarely acted alone. Aren't you afraid that you can't trick me by telling me this? Ning Qi smiled. If I provoke an existence that I shouldn't provoke for no reason because of you, won't I be implicated by you? Yan Jibei asked. That's true. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. After a pause, he asked, Is the Samsara Temple in Fengdu City? Of course not. The underworld is very big. If we want to go to the Samsara Temple, we can't rely on just the two of us. We will encounter evil spirits on the way and be eaten. Yan Jibei smiled. The Samsara Temple is the center of the underworld. The closer we are to it, the stronger the evil spirits. Even Ghost King level existences are not rare in the Samsara Temple. Only by taking the carriage from Fengdu City to the Samsara Temple and carrying the flag of the Ghost King of Fengdu can we ensure the safety of the journey. Ning Qi nodded. At this moment, he noticed that there were a few gazes that were different from those of the evil spirits. He looked up and saw Xiao Wucheng leading the way. There were 5 other existences that emitted a strong aura looking at the two of them not far away. Xiao Wucheng, is this the 9th son of Emperor Yan that you mentioned? It seems that he is indeed a spirit rank existence. Interesting. A spirit rank expert actually appeared under your nose. In this way, won't the Yan kingdom be out of your control? Out of my control? Xiao Wucheng sneered, and his gaze fell on Yan Jibei. I wonder what kind of opportunity he encountered in the underworld to cultivate to the spirit rank quietly. Everyone, are you interested in finding out? Xiao Wucheng, you must be joking. Isn't this our purpose? The few of them looked at each other and laughed out loud. Then, with Xiao Wucheng as the leader, the 6 people surrounded Ning Qi and Yan Jibei. Xiao Wucheng, what do you mean by this? Yan Jibei glanced at the other party coldly and said indifferently, Even your father doesn't dare to speak to me like this. So what if he has cultivated to the spirit rank? These are all spirit rank experts. There are 6 of us and 2 of you. Who has the upper hand now? Xiao Wucheng looked at Yan Jibei with a faint smile and said, Junior, tell us, what kind of opportunity did you encounter in the underworld? The other 5 smiled and said, in their opinion, 6 spirit rank experts against 2 spirit rank experts. And one of them was definitely a newcomer, so they had a 100% chance of winning. You want my opportunity? Yan Jibei suddenly laughed. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He felt that Yan Jibei's confidence had gradually increased since he came to Fengdu City. Even if he tried to conceal it, Ning Qi could still see some clues. If you know what's good for you, hand it over yourself, lest we take action. One of them said. Xiao Wucheng looked at Yan Jibei with a smile and did not speak. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled. Following that, the souls on the street gave way. A dozen souls riding on wolf beasts rushed to the front of the crowd and surrounded Ning Qi, Yan Jibei, Xiao Wucheng, and the others. The aura emitted from these souls was very strong. Each of them was not weaker than Xiao Wucheng and the others. When Ning Qi saw the soul of the wolf beast, he couldn't help but glance at Yan Jibei, because the soul of the wolf beast was exactly the same as his. Chapter 2771. It turns out that his opportunity is the Ghost King of Fengdu. Terror gradually appeared in the eyes of Xiao Wucheng and the others, and they felt extremely regretful in their hearts. If I knew this would happen, I should have investigated their strength before making a move. Now, there's probably no room to turn the situation around. The aura of this old ghost is very strong. It should be the 1,000-year-old ghost that Yan Jibei mentioned, the Ghost King of Fengdu. No wonder he entered the underworld as a mortal when he was a child. Not only did he not die, but he also left alive with 36 soul-destroying crossbows. Ning Qi suddenly understood. At the same time, his eyes moved slightly. He looked at the group of knights, riding the soul of the wolf beast. In their sleeves, he could vaguely see the existence of the soul-destroying crossbows. Suddenly, Ning Qi saw a group of evil spirits standing outside with spears and forks in their hands. They had excited smiles on their faces. They were the ones who had been guarding the city gate. It seemed that they had been acting before. When they saw Yan Jibei, they had already recognized him. "Jibei, I haven't seen you for many years. Let me take a good look at your face." The Ghost King of Fengdu smiled. Yan Jibei raised his head and looked at the Ghost King of Fengdu with some excitement, as if the Ghost King of Fengdu was his biological father. "Good. Not bad. Your cultivation. Where is the soul of the ghost wolf? Where did it go?" The Ghost King of Fengdu nodded with satisfaction at first. But when he saw that the soul of the beast on Yan Jibei had completely disappeared, his face immediately became a little livid. Yan Jibei looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile, trying to see a trace of fear on his face. But he found that Ning Qi was also looking at him with a smile and was not afraid at all. Yan Jibei was stunned for a moment before shifting his gaze to Xiao Wuchang and the others. "Foster father, after these people saw that I had suddenly turned from an ordinary person to a spiritual realm expert, they wanted me to hand over the opportunity that I had obtained. Isn't my opportunity you, foster father? Misunderstanding. A big misunderstanding." Xiao Wuchang and the others looked wronged and knelt down in front of the Ghost King of Fengdu. In the human world, each of them had at least 5 or 6 big countries worshipping them. Their status was as high as gods. But in front of the Ghost King of Fengdu, they threw away all their pride and were like humble insects. How could they not be afraid? The Fengdu Ghost King could easily kill them, and then they would turn into ghosts and become the new ghosts of Fengdu City. At that time, be it killing them again, destroying their souls, or capturing and torturing them, it would be extremely terrifying. This was the legendary, "You can't escape, even if you die." "Oh, although I am the Ghost King of this place, I will not kill the innocent. Even if you are living or alive, I will treat you as my people. Since you feel that you have been wronged, feel free to report it to me. I will try it on the street." Fengdu Ghost King smiled faintly. "Lord Ghost King is going to try the case on the street? Great! I finally have the chance to witness Lord Ghost King's glory. Quick, go fetch father and mother." The nearby ghost people were a little excited. Not long after, the streets were blocked. Because of the special formation in Fengdu City, new ghosts with insufficient cultivation could not fly. Therefore, they could only look for tall buildings in the distance and watch from them. As for those with sufficient cultivation, they did not dare to fly. Wouldn't that be equivalent to stepping on Fengdu Ghost King? Xiao Wuchang and the others heaved a long sigh of relief. As long as the other party was willing to reason, they were confident that they could save their lives. "Lord Ghost King, this matter is..." A spirit-level expert cupped his hands and said, "Whoosh!" Fengdu Ghost King gently waved his sleeve, and a black light directly entered between the eyebrows of the spirit-level expert. His body was instantly sucked into a dry corpse, and then the dark light returned to Fengdu Ghost King's shoulder. Only then did everyone see that it was an extremely ferocious but very bewitching ghost. A half-foot-tall, evil ghost. Xiao Wuchang and the others looked at this scene dumbfounded and subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The new ghosts nearby were also shocked when they saw this. Didn't they say that they would be treated equally? Why was he killed as soon as he opened his mouth? I didn't give you permission to speak, but you spoke without permission. The rule in the court is to kill without mercy. Fengdu Ghost King smiled and said. When the new ghosts heard this, their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Fengdu Ghost King. Just from this sentence, it could be seen how terrifying the power of Fengdu Ghost King was in Fengdu City. Xiao Wuchang and the others looked at each other and suddenly felt that they were the meat on the chopping block. They just said a wrong word or even nothing wrong, and Fengdu Ghost King could find an excuse to kill them on the moral high ground. Moreover, he killed them in a dignified manner that no one could find fault with. At this moment, no one dared to speak and could only look down at the ground. There was no need to mention the regret in their hearts. If they were given another chance, they would never come to provoke Yan Jibei. Yan Jibei chuckled and glanced at the dried corpse. He knew that his foster father was avenging him. Immediately after, Yan Jibei looked at Ning Qi and thought to himself, since things are like this, Ning Qi should be afraid, right? Unexpectedly, Ning Qi was still looking at him with a smile, and there was no sign of fear on his face. Maybe he's just holding on. Yan Jibei's heart moved slightly, and he couldn't help but sneer. Let's see how long you can pretend for. Okay, you can speak now. Fengdu Ghost King's voice sounded again. Xiao Wuchang and the others looked at each other, but remained silent. No one dared to speak first. Fengdu Ghost King killed spirit realm cultivators like killing dogs. It wasn't easy for them to cultivate to this level, and they couldn't bear to die like this. What? Isn't there a grievance? If there's no grievance, then execute them together. Fengdu Ghost King said lightly. Lord Ghost King, please wait. We're really wronged. Xiao Wuchang couldn't bear it anymore and spoke first. His head was banging on the ground, but it didn't affect the speed of his speech. We didn't know the young master Yan Jibei is the foster son of Lord Ghost King, so our tone was not pleasant. However, from the beginning to the end, we didn't do anything. We didn't break the rules of Fengdu City, and we hope that Lord Ghost King can understand. If it's just a dispute of words, we are willing to apologize to young master Yan Jibei. Hee, you have a sharp tongue. Fengdu Ghost King smiled. Foster father, forget it. They are innocent because they didn't know. Yan Jibei suddenly spoke. Xiao Wuchang and the others were slightly stunned, and they were a little surprised. They didn't expect Yan Jibei to speak up for them. Subconsciously, they looked at Yan Jibei, and from Yan Jibei's eyes, they sensed a trace of an ominous premonition. Since the victim is willing to let this matter go, you can get up. Fengdu Ghost King smiled and nodded. Chapter 2772. Ghost King, it's him. As soon as we saw him, we immediately informed you. The dozens of evil ghosts with spears and forks shouted as if they were asking for credit. Yan Jibei cupped his hands and said, Godfather, it's him. Hostage? Xiao Wuchang and the others looked at Ning Qi with a strange look in their eyes. They suddenly admired him. They only offended him verbally, but this guy actually held Fengdu Ghost King's adopted son hostage. Was there any way to survive? The eyes of the nearby ghost people who were about to leave suddenly lit up. They had a hunch that this battle would be more exciting than the previous one. You look unfamiliar. It seems that you have never been to the underworld. Which sect are you from? Tell me your name. Maybe I know your old ancestor. Fengdu Ghost King looked at Ning Qi indifferently and said, I said, you shouldn't have come to this place. Yan Jibei looked at Ning Qi and chuckled. Ning Qi looked at the Fengdu Ghostly King, then looked at Yan Jibei and said with a faint smile, So, from the moment I asked you to lead the way, you have been planning to use your trump card in Fengdu City. Seeing this, Fengdu Ghost King's subordinates suddenly showed anger in their eyes. Ning Qi did not answer Fengdu Ghost King's words. In their opinion, he was really audacious. Death is at hand, and you are still so stubborn? You are standing up for the Duga family. I am not your opponent, and the ghost wolf soul bestowed upon me by my adoptive father was also destroyed by you. However, you will die today. After you die, I will exterminate the entire Duga family, leaving no survivors. Yan Jibei sneered. After saying this, Yen Jibei cupped his hands and said to Fengdu Ghost King, "Godfather, please help me." "Don't worry." Fengdu Ghost King smiled, and his eyes fell on Ning Qi. "You bullied my adopted son in the human world and even destroyed the ghost wolf soul I gave him. I will give you a chance. If you can reason with me, I can consider to reduce some of your punishment. Whenever I speak my reasoning, blood will be shed." Ning Qi smiled. "But you are a soul without a physical body, so you can't see blood." "Ha ha ha." Fengdu Ghost King was not angry, but laughed. His laughter was deafening, and the nearby ghost people quickly covered their ears. "This guy?" Xiao Wucheng and the rest stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. "Is he threatening Fengdu Ghost King?" In Fengdu City, even Forefather Terminator doesn't dare to provoke the Fengdu Ghost King. Has this kid gone mad from fear? I really want to know what your reasoning is. Why do you need to draw blood when you speak of it? Come, tell this king about it." Fengdu Ghostly King stopped laughing, looked at Ning Qi with a hint of mockery, and said lightly, "Whoosh!" A sword light flashed. Emotionless sword art, the first move. The Fengdu Ghost King maintained a smile on his face, but his body was gradually fading away. When it was completely gone, the smile on his face was the same as before. It was as if he did not notice that his soul was about to disperse. The reason was simple. His strength was far weaker than a Grand Luo. At most, they were equivalent to the Foundation establishment cultivators in the cultivation world. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining 1,000 merit points. The sound of a system notification suddenly rang out. Ning Qi was slightly stunned, and there was a slightly strange look in his eyes. It turned out that if the Ghost King's cultivation was not suppressed by this world, he would be equivalent to a Xian immortal in the outside world. Fengdu Ghostly King had completely dissipated, leaving no trace behind. It was as if he had never existed in this world. This is my reasoning. Ning Qi looked at the place where Fengdu Ghostly King stood before and said lightly, "Yan Jibei Xiao Wucheng," and the subordinates brought by Fengdu Ghostly King, as well as the ghost people nearby, all had extremely pale faces as they looked at the scene in front of them, dumbfoundedly. Gigi Lord Ghost King was killed with a single sword. Who is that living person? Even Lord Ghost King was killed with a single sword. It's too terrifying. It's over. The living rely on devouring us to strengthen their cultivation. Now that Lord Ghost King is dead, won't we be at the mercy of others? Run. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ghost people displayed their fastest speed in history and fled in all directions. The whole street became empty in an instant. Only Yen Jibei, Xiao Wucheng, and the group of subordinates brought by Fengdu Ghostly King were still standing in the same place. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Yen Jibei stared at Ning Qi with a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. In his eyes, there was finally endless fear. Xiao Wucheng and the others were shocked at first, but then they were wild with joy. No matter what, Ning Qi was a living person and was on the same side as them. "Of course I'm a human." Ning Qi smiled. At this moment, the group of riders riding on the ghost wolf souls suddenly moved. They did not want to attack Ning Qi, but turned around to escape. "Want to escape?" Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. He waved his sword a few times, and those guys could not escape more than 3 feet before they dissipated together with their beast souls. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining 10 merit points. Ding! Congratulations. Ning Qi received more than 100 merit points in an instant. A trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He thought that the Ghostly King was equivalent to a Xian immortal and could bring him 1,000 merit points. His group of subordinates were all at the spirit realm and might be equivalent to a grand heavenly immortal. Each of them could also get 100 merit points. Unexpectedly, the system only judged them as golden immortals. It seemed that the gap between the spirit realm and the nirvana realm was really huge. In this underworld, there must be a stronger existence apart from Fengdu Ghostly King. If there's a Tai true immortal or even an immortal monarch, there'll be hope for me to get enough merit points to exchange for the Mo clan's mechanism technique. When that time comes, that puppet will definitely be a great help. Ning Qi muttered to himself. Then he smiled and said to Yan Jibei, "This underworld is really a good place. It's really suitable for me. Let's go. Take me to the Samsara Palace. On the way, where do you think there are 1,000-year-old ghosts or even 10,000-year-old ghosts? Take me to visit them. I'm not afraid of trouble, but I'm afraid of not enough. Big. You won't kill me?" Yan Jibei was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, "I'll lead the way. This time, I'll definitely lead the way seriously. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west." His biggest trump card, Fengdu Ghostly King, was killed by Ning Qi with a single sword strike. Yan Jibei could no longer bring up the slightest intention of revenge against Ning Qi. The gap between them was too big. There was no possibility of revenge. Not long after, Xiao Wucheng and the others looked at the back of Ning Qi and Yan Jibei as they left. Suddenly, they found that their clothes were soaked with sweat. That was close. That was close. One of them suddenly said, "If it wasn't for the appearance of Fengdu Ghostly King, perhaps we would have died in the hands of that senior just now." That's right. After all, Fengdu Ghostly King took a blow for us. Chapter 2773. The underworld was very big. There were at least 800 cities like Fengdu City, if not 1,000. The principle of its existence was the same as Fengdu City. The souls of the people who died in various places would first enter such a huge city to slowly pass the new ghost phase and become a qualified ghost citizen. According to Yan Jibei, the things that could connect the human world with the underworld were not just statues, but sometimes a road, a river, a mountain, a stone pavilion, a stone, and so on. But even so, there were only a few living people who could come to the underworld with their physical bodies. Those who could come to the underworld without dying and return to the human world would basically have great achievements. After all, this was a kind of fortuitous encounter. In such a big underworld, the highest management was the old ancestor of the Samsara Temple, including the Ghost King of Fengdu City. Although he was the Ghost King of Fengdu City, there were many old ghosts above him who were stronger than him. These old ghosts might have cultivated for 3,000 or 5,000 years, not to mention the management of the Samsara Temple. Basically, they were all 10,000-year-old ghosts, and their strength was a great step higher than that of a 1,000-year-old ghost. In the Netherworld Spring, Ning Qi and Yan Jibei walked on a small path, which was a shortcut to the Samsara Temple, but at the same time it was also the most dangerous road in the underworld. After 2 more mountains, there will be a 1,000-year-old ghost, whose strength is no less than the Ghost King of Fengdu City. Yan Jibei said. He felt a little strange in his heart. Ning Qi's request was something he had never heard of. Normal living people would deliberately avoid the caves of these old ghosts. But Ning Qi asked him to lead the way and pay a visit to these old ghosts. Although it was a visit, it was actually to kill them with a sword like a scavenger. Along the way, there were no less than 5,000-year-old ghosts who died in the hands of Ning Qi. This was actually very normal, but what he found strange was that the group of old ghosts killed by Ning Qi had all dissipated. Not even a trace of their soul power was left. Yan Jibei's heart ached as he watched these incomparably powerful soul power dissipate like this. But he did not dare to say anything and could only guess in his heart, testing Ning Qi's purpose. Since there were no benefits, why did he kill these old ghosts? Yan Jibei even suspected that Ning Qi might have had a feud with an old ghost in the underworld, and now he would kill any ghost he saw. Then what are you waiting for? The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly as he dashed towards the direction pointed by Yan Jibei. Yan Jibei could only follow helplessly. It was not that he had never thought of finding an opportunity to escape, but he was afraid of Ning Qi's godly swordsmanship. Therefore, he did not dare to make up his mind, even when Ning Qi's back was facing him. I already have more than 10,000 merit points. I just need another 80,000 to get to 100,000, and I can exchange for the Mo clan's mechanism technique. Ha ha ha. Ning Chi calculated in his heart as he sprinted. Ever since his cultivation base had reached a certain level, the benefits that the system could bring him were very limited. However, this time, the system had given him another surprise. There was a high possibility that the Mo clan's mechanism technique would have the knowledge to repair that puppet. If it was restored to its peak, it would have the combat strength of a primordial expert. Even if he couldn't reach the peak, he was still a perfection stage mysterious immortal. So having such a subordinate for no reason was extremely useful to Ning Chi. Previously, he had been very vexed about where he was going to find 100,000 merit points. But now the underworld was practically a paradise for Ning Chi. 2 hours later, after Ning Chi and Yan Jibei climbed over 2 mountains, they could see an extremely magnificent cave residence, not far away. Like a landlord in the mortal world, the residence was densely packed, almost covering the entire mountain top. It was unknown what kind of happy event was happening today, but the place was unusually lively with the beating of gongs and drums. The Ghost King's wedding? A trace of surprise flashed in Yan Jibei's eyes. Following his gaze, Ning Chi found that at the end of another road, there was a very long procession. In the middle of the procession, there was a red hat which was being carried by 18 palanquin bearers. In that case, this Ghost King will have many guests today, right? There should be existences whose strength is on par with him, right? Ning Chi's eyes lit up. This should be the case, Yan Jibei nodded hesitantly. He thought to himself, could it be that he plans to attack the Ghost King on the day of his wedding? Wouldn't he be besieged by all the ghosts at that time? Even if Ning Chi could deal with them, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be torn into pieces. Hee, a sinister laugh sounded behind them. Yan Jibei felt a chill down his spine. Turning around abruptly, he saw a guy with a height of 20 feet, with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake. The guy was looking at them greedily. This evil ghost was 20 feet tall, and the length of its snake body was unknown. Most of it was in the dense forest behind them. Ning Chi turned around calmly and looked at the other party with a hint of a smile in his eyes. He had long smelled the smell of the other party, but he deliberately pretended not to notice it. Yan Jibei's expression was solemn. The aura of the other party was much stronger than that of the Ghost King of Fengdu. It was likely to be an old ghost of 2,000 or 3,000 years. A living person. I haven't eaten a living person for a long time. Those sex disciples gathered in groups and didn't give me any chance. I didn't expect to meet 2 delicious guys like you today when I came to drink Shimin Jing's wine. I didn't come here in vain. The evil ghost laughed wickedly. His laughter seemed to reverberate in the surroundings, echoing constantly. It seemed very gloomy and cold. Whoosh! Emotion destroyer swordsmanship, the first move. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 merit points. There are strong and weak Xian immortals too. This person is so much stronger than the Ghost King of Fengdu. Why didn't he give more merit points? Ning Chi criticized in his heart. However, he was satisfied. In this way, he got another 1,000 merit points. He was getting closer and closer to his goal of 100,000 merit points. Yan Jibei finally couldn't help but open his mouth and take a deep breath. In the end, the body of the evil ghost was still dissipating, and Yan Jibei couldn't even suck in a hair. Senior, such an experienced Ghost King is really a great tonic for us. Why did you kill him just like that? It's better to beat him half to death and swallow him alive to nourish yourself. Yan Jibei smiled bitterly. I'm different from you. Ning Chi glanced at Yan Jibei indifferently and then walked towards the residence of the Ghost King. Although Yan Jibei was reluctant, he could only follow. The Ghost King of Beimang Mountain has arrived. The Ghost King of Zhuiqiu Mountain has arrived. The Ghost King of Yinbone Gully has arrived. Chapter 2774. That's a living person. Hey, it smells good. They should also be here to celebrate Shimenjing's 98th concubine today, right? I've never heard of Shimenjing having a friendship with a living rogue cultivator. Sect disciples won't run around together. Every time they appear, there are at least a dozen of them. What's the origin of these two little babies? The eyes of the ghosts were curious, malicious, and mostly greedy, but it was normal. Just like people seeing gold and silver treasures. How many people in the world could not be moved? What are you two doing? The old man looked at Ning Qi and Yan Jibei with a smile. His eyes flashed with a hint of greed that was hard to detect. The other ghosts could openly express their intentions. But as the housekeeper of the master's house, and today was the day of the master's wedding, he naturally could not show an expression of being so hungry that he could not be choosy. We're here to congratulate. Ning Qi smiled. Yan Jibei nodded with a forced smile, yes. Then please come in. The old man looked at the two of them with a smile that was not a smile, nodded, and made an inviting gesture. Even though the two of them were living people, the old man did not have any intention to investigate their identities. The main thing was that two living people did not pose any threat to them at all. Today, the 37 ghost kings of the Nether Spring realm were all present. Which living person would be stupid enough to cause trouble today? How luxurious! The ghost king here must have been a rich and noble person when he was alive. Maybe he was the emperor of some country. Ningqi and Yan Jibei sat alone at a table. In this courtyard, there were 5,000 tables like this, and half of them were already occupied. Everyone's eyes were looking at Ningqi and Yan Jibei. The two also found that there were more than a dozen living people here besides the two of them. Their clothes should be from the sect. One of the middle-aged man's aura was comparable to Fengdu Ghost King, so he must be forefather Terminator. After looking at Ning Qi and Yan Jibei, a trace of disdain flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he no longer paid attention to the two. Instead, the spirit-level experts at the same table with him were quite curious about Ning Qi and Yan Jibei, being stared at by all the ghosts. Yan Jibei felt a little uneasy, because there was no lack of century-old ghosts among these ghosts, and there were even 1,000-year-old ghosts. Ning Qi, on the other hand, was sizing up the decorations around him. The splendor and grandeur of the palace was no less than that of an emperor's house. Are you afraid? Ning Qi suddenly looked at Yan Jibei and said with a smile, Senior, look over there. There are 20 to 30 ghost kings sitting there. They were just sizing us up. Do you think I wouldn't be afraid? Yan Jibei smiled bitterly. In addition, he cursed in his heart. If Ning Qi were to start a massacre later, he wouldn't even know how to protect himself from being affected. As long as one wasn't a fool, anyone in his situation would be afraid. What's the use of being afraid? You'll die anyway. Ning Qi smiled. Yan Jibei was startled and immediately shut his mouth. Those dozen or so living people should all be from the same sect. There's a nirvana expert among them, and the rest are at spirit realm. But their auras are much stronger than yours. You can't beat any one of them. Ning Qi pursed his lips in a certain direction. Senior, this is the strength of sections. No matter how strong a rogue cultivator is, he can't compare with a sect with a complete inheritance. Yan Jibei rolled his eyes in his heart, but on the surface he explained very patiently. But halfway through he was stunned, because Ning Qi didn't look like he came from a sect at all. He didn't know a lot of common sense. It was very likely that he was a rogue cultivator, but in this case it was a little too much. A rogue cultivator could actually kill a ghost king with a sword? You once said that some sects would make deals with the evil spirits of the underworld, exchanging living people for pure and powerful souls in their hands, right? Ning Qi smiled. Yes. Yan Jibei nodded. The relationship between these guys and the Ghost King here should be the kind you mentioned. Ning Qi said lightly, Very likely. Yan Jibei nodded. About 2 hours later, almost all the guests had taken their seats. Even Ning Qi and Yan Jibei's table was full. Of course, The rest were all evil spirits. Their eyes kept moving between Yan Jibei and Ning Qi, and the greed in their eyes was not concealed at all. Ha ha ha! Thank you, everyone, for coming today to participate in my Shimenjing's joyous occasion. This is the 98th time I, Shimenjing, have held a joyous occasion. For this day, I have specially prepared a sumptuous banquet for everyone. The best blood wine. Please eat as much as you want. Accompanied by a hearty laughter, a strong man with a height of 6 meters and a beard came through the air. In his arms, he tightly grasped a woman in red clothes with a red head covering. The 98th wedding? This guy is really capable. Ning Qi looked at the strong man and sighed with a smile. This man was the Ghost King here, Shimen Jing. Brother Shimen, congratulations. Brother Shimen, when are you planning to hold your 99th wedding? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, everyone. The 99th wedding is not far away. It will be held next year for the time being. Shimen Jing laughed out loud. Then the Ghost King level figures began to congratulate him. Then those century-old ghosts, and that Nirvana expert also smiled and greeted Shimen Jing a few times. The scene became much more lively. In front of everyone, Shimen Jing lifted the bride's red veil. Only then did Ning Qi and Yan Jibei discover the bride was also a living person. But her face was pale and her eyes were filled with fear. Everyone, enjoy the delicacies I've prepared for you. Shimen Jing suddenly clapped his hands. Then a large group of children were escorted up, roughly estimated to be tens of thousands of people. The eyes of these children were full of endless fear. Seeing this, those evil spirits swallowed their saliva, and their eyes were almost burning with greed. In addition, there were servants serving jugs of fragrant wine, and the fragrance of the wine was mixed with a trace of the smell of blood. Eating children and drinking wine brewed with human blood. Ning Qi smiled. Yan Jibei found that there was a chill in Ning Qi's smile. Senior, when the Ghost King holds a banquet, the food is so exquisite. Only ordinary ghost people can afford to eat living people. They only eat pigs and sheep. Yan Jibei said in a low voice, Brother Shimen, you're really capable. Where did you get so many children? Zhuo Shan Ghost King laughed and licked his lips. This is all thanks to Brother Yin from the Ghost Spirit sect. These children are the congratulatory gifts he brought for me this time. I'll present them to Buddha with borrowed flowers for everyone to taste. Shimen Jing laughed out loud. The Terminator expert stood up, bowed to the Ghost King's present, and said with a smile, Everyone, I'm Yin Bu from the Ghost Spirit sect. If there's any business in the future, please advise me. Sure. If Brother Yin can continue to provide such superior goods, Beimang Mountain will make a deal with Brother Yin. Zhuo Shan too. You're about to die, and you're still in the mood to make a deal. Who? Chapter 2775. If the eyes of those evil spirits were slightly concealed just now they were staring at Ning Qi and Yan Jibei with burning eyes. The group of evil spirits at the same table with them couldn't wait to stand up. It seemed that as long as Shimen Jing gave the order, they would take action and swallow Ning Qi and Yan Jibei. Inside, Yan Jibei's cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead and dripping down his cheeks onto the table. He didn't dare to move. He forced a smile and glanced at Ning Qi from the corner of his eyes. Living people? I remember that I didn't invite you this time. Who are you? How dare you talk nonsense at my wedding? Are you courting death? Shimen Jing looked at the two of them coldly, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. When the other Ghost Kings saw that the person who spoke was Ning Qi, they immediately revealed a faint smile on their faces, as if they were watching a show. As for Yun Bu, from the Ghost Spirit sect, he looked at Ning Qi and Yan Jibei with a solemn expression. At the same time, he looked around. When we came, did we notice anything wrong? Yun Bu asked in a low voice. The spirit-level experts sitting at the same table looked at each other. One of them said to Yunbu, Elder Yin, do you suspect that these two people are sent by other sects? Are they trying to steal our business? Yunbu nodded with a solemn expression. Apart from this reason, he couldn't think of any other spirit-level existence who would dare to mock these 1,000-year-old ghosts in such a situation. Talk nonsense. Ningqi smiled and shook his head. He got up and walked in the direction of Shiminjing and the others. Seeing this, the evil spirits present closely followed Ningqi's figure, and a trace of curiosity arose in their hearts. They secretly thought that this living boy was very bold. In front of dozens of ghost kings, he dared to be so arrogant and not retreat but advance. Yan Jibei also stood up when Ningqi stood up. He followed closely behind Ningqi. He had no choice. It was really difficult for him to sit alone at the same table with so many spirit-level evil ghosts. This situation might seem like a dead end to others, but Yan Jibei knew that he could only follow Ningqi closely. Only Ningqi could survive in the midst of death. Not long after, Ningqi's figure walked into the group of ghost kings and looked at Shiminjing indifferently. The other ghost kings also looked at the two of them curiously. Do you really not believe me when I say that you are about to die? Ningqi said with a smile. Shiminjing's stature was even taller than Ningqi. He lowered his head and looked down at Ningqi. He already had a fiendish appearance, but because of the killing intent in his heart, he looked even more frightening. The 98th living concubine who he was about to marry was already shivering in fear because of the aura of Shiminjing. However, she seemed to be able to sense that Ningqi and Yanjibei were living people. Therefore, she looked at them with a hint of hope in her eyes, although she was afraid. Kid, tell me, which sect did you come from? Shiminjing took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. When he was in the mortal world all those years ago, he was merely a beggar, and after he died he came to the netherworld. Step by step he attained his current accomplishments, and he absolutely didn't rely on brute force. Instead, it was the wisdom that he'd accumulated during those years of being a beggar. It just so happened that this wisdom was shining brilliantly in the netherworld. How could a living person without any backing possibly provoke the group of ghost kings on such an occasion? I'm just a rank 1 wandering cultivator. Ningqi smiled. Wandering cultivator? Since when did wandering cultivators become so bold? The curiosity in the eyes of the various ghost kings deepened. Yunbu frowned and looked at Ningqi. He suddenly said, If you're really a wandering cultivator, you won't be able to leave today. Who said I'm leaving? Ningqi smiled. Shiminjing wanted to speak again, but at this moment a long sword appeared in Ningqi's hand and he gently pierced it between Shiminjing's eyebrows. The next moment, with a loud bang, Shiminjing's body suddenly dissipated. He didn't even have time to react until the moment his soul dissipated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 merit points. The system's incomparably melodious voice sounded again. What's going on? This lad killed Shiminjing with a sword. Who the hell is he? When the various ghost kings saw this, their expressions changed. They stood up in unison and looked at Ningqi with extreme fear. Other than fear, there was also a trace of fear in their eyes. Yunbu and the disciples of the ghost spirit sect that he had brought this time were also shocked. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Shiminjing was a 1,000-year-old ghost, the ghost king who had dominated this place for many years. How could he die like this? How was this possible? I've said it before, you're all going to die. Do you believe me now? Ningqi smiled and his eyes suddenly locked onto one of the ghost kings. Although the ghost king of Northern Mang Mountain did not have a physical body, his back seemed to be breaking out in cold sweat when Ningqi stared at him like that. Before he could say anything, the tip of the sword had already deeply pierced between his eyebrows. Bang! The ghost king of Northern Mang Mountain exploded on the spot and dissipated into the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 merit points. The system notification sounded again. Seeing that Ning Chi had killed 2 Ghost Kings in a row, the rest of the Ghost Kings didn't dare to stand still. They didn't even dare to say anything as they turned to flee. The 100-year-old ghosts and the more ordinary evil ghosts also reacted and fled in all directions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 merit points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ding! Congratulations. The system notification sounded again and again. Ning Chi did not care about the ordinary evil ghosts or even the 100-year-old ghosts. However, the existences of the Ghost King level were killed by Ning Chi one by one. Their souls were scattered and scattered. The one who ran the fastest only managed to run to the main door before dying at the west gate, in front of the old housekeeper who was under Shimin Jing. The old man stared blankly at the dead Ghost King in front of him. He took a deep breath and looked at Ning Chi in shock. He had already forgotten to run away. Ning Chi's merit points continued to explode. Very soon, his merit points broke through the 50,000 mark. At this moment, whether it was Shimin Jing or the various Ghost Kings who came to attend his wedding, all of them had died under Ning Chi's sword. In the courtyard, only Yan Jibei, Yun Buer, and his group of disciples were left. The young boys and girls, as well as the girl who was about to consummate with Shimin Jing, were still in a daze. The rest of the ghosts had long run away. Yun Buer also wanted to run away. However, this thought disappeared when he saw Ning Chi leisurely killing the group of Ghost Kings. He did not dare to make the slightest movement. It was precisely because of this that he survived until the end. Yan Jibei heaved a deep sigh of relief. The fear in his eyes increased as he looked at Ning Chi. Chapter 2776. Don't you have any idea why I want to kill you? Ning Chi looked at Yun Buer indifferently. Yun Buer subconsciously glanced at the group of young boys and girls and asked in disbelief, "For these mortals?" "Mortals? How much stronger are you than them?" Ning Chi said with a teasing smile. Yun Buer looked at Ning Chi in a daze. He had never seen someone like Ning Chi who would kill dozens of Ghost Kings for a group of mortals. If word of this got out, the Samsara Temple would definitely list Ning Chi as the most wanted criminal. Not only would Ning Chi be hunted down, but it would also affect other people in the mortal world. The living people in the mortal world. For example, the ghostly spirit sect. Wait, if you are really doing this for these mortals, I can guarantee that I will send them back the way they came. Don't kill me, Yun Buer said immediately. Look at you. Your ghostly spirit sect is very familiar with this kind of business, right? How many children have you sent over the years to these evil ghosts to eat? Ning Chi smiled faintly. I have only just come into contact with it. Before this, I have been cultivating in the mortal world, Yun Buer said hurriedly. As one of the 3 supreme elders of the ghostly spirit sect, he had finally achieved what he had today. It would not be worth it if he died here for these mortals. Therefore, no matter what, he had to admit defeat. It was more important to keep his life. Excuses. Ning Chi smiled and slowly raised his hand. Right at this moment, Yan Jibei spoke abruptly. Senior, if you really want to help this group of kids, why don't you spare his life and let him be responsible for leading the way? By sending these kids to the mortal realm, we'll be able to know another path to the underworld. That's true. Ning Chi put his hand down again. Yun Buer heaved a sigh of relief. However, he frowned again. Every sect's route to the underworld was a secret. If it was exposed and the route was taken by others, it would be extremely disadvantageous to the sects that only had one route. Fortunately, the ghostly spirit sect had 2 ways to the netherworld. Even if he lost one, it would be worth it if he could keep his life. What are you waiting for? Lead the way. Ning Chi glanced at Yun Buer. Yun Buer hurriedly said, Senior, please follow me. The ghost spirit sect's path to the underworld was in the nether spring, and it was not too far from Shimenjing's cave. Therefore, it was easy to understand why the ghost spirit sect would choose to make a deal with Shimenjing, mainly for convenience. A few days later, they arrived at a small town. There were many evil spirits in the town as well. When they saw the group of young boys and girls, they almost drooled. However, when their eyes fell on Yun Bu, they subconsciously took a few steps back and turned to hide in the distance. This was because it was clear that ghost spirit sect's prestige in this small town was quite good. Yun Bu was forefather Terminator who could rival a ghost king. Naturally, they were very wary of him. None of the wraiths dared to attack him without permission. Not long after, under Yun Bu-er's guidance, Ning Qi stood in front of a small courtyard. "Is it here? Is this the passageway for your ghost spirit sect to come and go from the mortal world to the netherworld?" Ning Qi glanced at Yun Bu indifferently. "Exactly," Yun Bu said in a low voice. "It's different from your path. There doesn't seem to be a guide here." Ning Qi looked at Yan Jibei with a faint smile. Yan Jibei smiled and said, "Senior, some paths are official paths, but some are shortcuts and small paths in the countryside. When we came here, we took the official path. This is the small path." "I see." Ning Qi smiled. "If we take the small path, we won't have to pay protection fees to the guide, right?" "Exactly. That's why the small path is very valuable. Congratulations, Senior. This path will belong to you in the future." Yan Jibei cupped his hands and congratulated Ning Qi. Yun Bu and the group of ghost spirit, sect spirit level disciples behind him turned pale, but they didn't dare to make a sound. "Let's go and send them back to the human world." Ning Qi smiled noncommittally. Perhaps he wanted to show off in front of Ning Qi. Yan Jibei worked very hard to go back and forth. Not only did he send the girl who almost married Shimenjing back to the human world, he also transferred tens of thousands of young boys and girls in one day. "Senior, I promise I will send these mortals back. Please be merciful and spare me next time." Yun Bu cupped his fists and said with a sincere expression. At this moment, Yan Jibei walked out from the passage and said to Ning Qi, "Senior, there are many experts of the ghost spirit sect watching over there. They don't know what's going on and don't dare to make a move. There are a total of 5 spirit realm experts and over 39th grade spirit devourer experts." Ning Qi smiled and stabbed Yun Bu to death with a single sword strike. Following that, he stabbed all the spirit-level experts of the ghost spirit sect to death with a dozen or so sword strikes. Then he walked into the passageway. Yan Jibei finally witnessed Ning Qi's ruthlessness. He could even kill Jimia so decisively. He couldn't help but rejoice that he was in Ning Qi's company. He managed to keep his life. The medium of this path was a tree, a big tree that emitted a cold and gloomy aura. Its densely packed branches hung down and gently fluttered in the wind. These branches were very thick, and their shape was very similar to that of a person. From afar, it looked as if there were corpses hanging under the tree. The experts of the ghost spirit sect, who were in charge of guarding this place, had all been killed by Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled at Yan Jibei and said, "Help these little guys settle down and then return to the Yen kingdom to wait for me. If you can satisfy me, I'll let you do as you wish in the future." Yan Jibei was slightly stunned and looked at Ning Qi in surprise. He couldn't believe that Ning Qi let him go just like that. "Why? You don't want to return to the Yen kingdom?" Ning Qi smiled. Yan Jibei hesitated for a while and felt that it was better to return to the Yen kingdom. Although he could broaden his horizons by following Ning Qi, Ning Qi had killed dozens of ghost kings in the Netherworld Spring Realm. He would definitely be wanted by the Samsara Hall. At that time, it would be extremely dangerous for him to follow Ning Qi. "Senior, there are so many little kids. I can't watch them all alone." Yan Jibei looked at the group of young boys and girls and said helplessly, "You're a spirit-level expert. Although you've lost your beast soul, you're still a spirit-level expert." The ghost spirit sect still needs some time to find out what happened here. With your strength, if you can't settle them down, don't even think about establishing your own sect. Ningqi smiled and walked towards the big tree. When his body was about to sink into it, he turned around and smiled at Yan Jibei. If you're good enough, I'll give this tree to you in the future. After saying this, his figure sank into the big tree and disappeared. Chapter 2777 Een Mountain of the Netherworld. This was a place one had to pass to reach the Samsara Temple. It was also the last mountain range in the Nether Spring realm that many evil spirits feared. The Een Mountain of the Yellow Springs had wild gales that never disappeared. When these gales blew on the bodies of ghosts, they could easily scatter their souls. Even a living person's soul would be shaken. It was fine if it was a normal gale, but sometimes there would be a sudden gale. At this time, even a 1,000-year-old ghost, forefather Terminator, would be killed. None of them dared to face him directly. However, there were still many ghosts and a small number of living people who tried to go to the Samsara Temple from here every year. If they did not cross the Een Mountain of the Netherworld, they would have to take a long detour. There was almost no difference in the danger between the two, so more people were willing to take the shortcut. Have you heard? A hanged ghost whispered to a seemingly drowned evil spirit beside him. Because his tongue was hanging under his chin, his accent was a little strange. Heard what? The evil ghost, who seemed to have been drowned in the flood when it was alive, was now swelling up and water was constantly coming out of its mouth. Something big happened in the Netherworld Spring. When Shimin-Jing was about to marry his 98th concubine, his rival in love came and killed him. Even the ghost kings he invited are all dead. Hanged ghost whispered, "Is there such a thing?" The drowned ghost sucked in a breath of cold air and nearly choked on the water in his mouth. He hurriedly dispersed the phenomenon he had created before his death, and his expression was one of extreme shock. Hanged ghost wanted to say something more, but at this moment there seemed to be another gust of wind sweeping through the depths of the Een Mountain of the Netherworld. The two of them hurriedly ran towards a boulder not far away. They were experienced and had walked the Een Mountain of the Netherworld more than 2 or 3 times, so they could react in time if they encountered any situation. Under the boulder, there were already 30 to 50 evil spirits hiding. These evil spirits had died in different ways. Only about 30% of them seemed to have died of illness, so their appearances were not that terrifying. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Then they began to speak in low whispers, exchanging information with each other. In the underworld, one had to be well informed. Otherwise, if some 1,000-year-old ghost went crazy and started killing people, you wouldn't be able to find out. If you rashly rushed into the other party's territory, you would be throwing your life away in vain. Hanged ghost, you didn't finish your sentence just now. Tell me again, who actually killed Shimin-Jing? This is the famous flirtatious Ghost King of the Nether Spring realm. The drowned ghost whispered. At this moment, a burnt ghost whose entire body was charred black and occasionally emitting sparks came over and said faintly, "Shimin-Jing is dead? It's good that he died. He stole my childhood sweetheart." The ghosts were instantly intrigued. Which concubine is your childhood sweetheart, Shimin-Jing? I know he likes living people. Could it be that your childhood sweetheart was kidnapped from the human world? The 79th room. I went with her to Ming Chuan Mountain to play, but we were kidnapped by the disciples of the sect. I was burned to death because I wanted to find her. It's good that Shimin-Jing died. The burnt ghost said faintly. I don't know which senior did it, but it caused a huge commotion. I have a good friend who was invited to the banquet that day. He said that none of the ghost kings could escape, and all of them were dead. An evil spirit with a green face and fangs said in a low voice. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. Mortals who saw his face would be scared to death on the spot, but now he felt incomparable fear towards the existence that killed Shimin-Jing. TSK, those were all 1,000-year-old ghosts, existences of the Ghost King level, but they were all killed like chickens. This matter has already attracted the attention of the Samsara temple. I heard that the patriarch of the Samsara temple personally went there to investigate. This time when I came to the Een mountain of the Netherworld, I was questioned several times by the guys from the Samsara temple. A ghost said in a low voice. At this moment, the wind became stronger again, blowing so hard that the stones were on the verge of falling. Seeing this, the ghosts all closed their mouths and waited for the sweeping wind to stop before they could continue their journey. It was also at this moment that all the evil ghosts twitched their noses in tacit understanding. The smell of living people? A figure appeared in the line of sight of the evil ghosts, as dazzling as a bright lamp in the dark, because the smell of living people on his body really made the evil ghost salivate. The evil ghost's eyes had just revealed a greedy look when they suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because even though this figure was walking in the wind that could scatter people's souls, it was as if he was strolling in a garden. The wind that they were all so afraid of was blowing on him, but it could not hurt him at all. Damn. Only the existences of the Ghost King level can withstand this level of wind, right? Is this guy the nirvana of the living? Shoo, lower your voice. Don't provoke him. We can't even fight him together. The evil ghosts looked at Ning Chi cautiously. At this moment, Ning Chi suddenly looked at them, and this glance sent a chill down the evil ghosts' spines. To their relief, Ning Chi only glanced at them and continued on his way. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from the depths of Een Mountain. Ning Chi's figure paused slightly, and after a few breaths, a group of knights in black armor rode ghost horses that emitted a faint green light and whizzed past Ning Chi. There were a total of 13 knights, and each of the knights in black armor had an aura that was infinitely close to 1,000 years old. Old ghosts, they were all powerful evil ghosts with 800 to 900 years of cultivation, the black demon cavalry of the Samsara temple. When the evil ghosts who were hiding from the wind saw this, a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. The Samsara temple's most famous, and also the most commonly seen evil ghosts, was the black demon cavalry. These cavalry could be said to be all elites, although they could not compare to the 1,000-year-old ghosts. Any one of them could become a giant that dominated an area. Ordinary century-old ghosts did not dare to provoke them. Most importantly, the horses that the black demon cavalry rode were the famous green fire evil unicorn horses in the Netherworld. Not only did they not fear the wind, but their strength was also no weaker than the knights themselves. Every time the black demon cavalry moved, something big happened. After the black demon cavalry passed by Ning Chi, they suddenly stopped and followed the leader of the cavalry back to Ning Chi. There's a good show to watch. Now that Shimin Jing and the other ghost kings have just been killed, the living person must be the most suspicious. I don't know if the living person or the black demon cavalry is more powerful. The leader of the black demon cavalry sat on the green fire evil unicorn horse and looked at Ning Chi condescendingly. After a while, he said indifferently, "Living person, where are you from? Which sect are you from?" "I'm a rogue cultivator." Ning Chi smiled. At the same time, he was also looking at the green fire evil unicorn horses that the group of fellows were riding. Chapter 2778. Suspect. Ning Chi frowned. "You go your own way, and I'll go mine. How am I suspicious?" Dozens of ghost kings were killed by a living person in the Nether Spring. The Samsara temple already knows about this and has sent a large number of black demon cavalrymen to pursue that living person. You appeared at the same time as him, so I think you are suspicious. The leader of the black demon cavalrymen said indifferently, "Big brother, there's no need to talk to a living person. Just capture him." A black demon cavalryman laughed coldly, looking at Ning Chi with eyes full of greed. Seeing this, Ning Chi immediately understood. It was not that he was suspicious, but that the black demon cavalryman saw that his chi and blood were thicker than ordinary living people and became greedy. Thinking of this, Ning Qi suddenly laughed. If you really suspect that I am that living person, how would you have the guts to stop me? If you have anything to say, say it later. Now that I suspect you, you have to come with us. If you don't, we will suppress you. The leader of the Black Demon Cavalrymen laughed lightly. Hee, as expected of the Black Demon Cavalrymen. You can even find such an excuse to eat a living person. If not for the fact that this person's cultivation is so strong that he is not even afraid of the wind in the Een Mountain of the Netherworld, he would have fallen into our mouths long ago. How could this group of Black Demon Cavalrymen have a chance? What a pity! The evil spirits hiding under the boulder looked at Ning Qi, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in their eyes. It was rare to see living people in the underworld, and they could not go to the human world. Living people were great nourishment, and to be able to eat a living person, it was a matter of luck. They could either capture a lone cultivator whose cultivation was lower than theirs, or trade with the sex in the human world and exchange a pure soul for a living person. Unfortunately, other than ghost kings, even century-old ghosts did not have the means to extract a pure soul. Therefore, it was very difficult for them to eat a living person. It was very difficult. Sorry. Ning Qi laughed softly. The leader of the Black Demon Cavalrymen suddenly felt that something was wrong. Ning Qi's reaction was completely different from what he had imagined. He was very calm. You think I am suspicious, but you are very wrong. I am not suspicious, but I killed Shiminjing and the others. Ning Qi smiled. Hiss! The wraiths under the boulder gasped and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. What did he say? He killed that group of ghost kings. No wonder he could be so calm in the wind. The Black Fiend Cavalry has kicked an iron plate this time. The expression of the leader of the Black Spectre Cavalry changed drastically, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. The rest of the Black Spectre Cavalry also looked at Ning Qi with extremely solemn eyes, as if they were trying to determine whether Ning Qi's words were true or not. One of the Black Demon Cavalrymen suddenly opened his mouth and said with a forced smile, Living person, don't boast. How can an existence that can kill Shiminjing and the other ghost kings be as young as you? Yeah, I don't think so. A few Black Wraith Cavalrymen chimed in as if they were consoling themselves. Wait, so you are... The eyes of the leader of the Black Demon Cavalrymen suddenly lit up, and he said with a smile, I misunderstood you. Sorry. He then shouted, Let's go. When his subordinates heard this, they looked at each other and tacitly turned to leave without saying anything else. If even ghosts could sweat, the leader of the Black Fiend Cavalrymen would be covered in cold sweat by now. After taking a few steps, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, a voice rang out again immediately after. So I am? Who am I? Ning Qi's figure moved slightly and appeared in front of them, blocking their way. He said with a faint smile, I don't remember your name, but you are no longer a suspect. Could you please step aside? We have official business to attend to. The leader of the Black Demon Cavalrymen laughed dryly. No way. If you can't guess my name today, you can't leave. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. Sir, do you really want to go against the Samsara Temple? The leader of the Black Demon Cavalrymen's expression gradually turned ugly. Remember, you are the ones who want to make trouble for me. You don't have many merit points, and I can't be bothered to fight you. Why do you have to force me? What is this? Ning Qi said with a faint smile, Boss, this lad is probably bluffing. Let's join forces and suppress him with the force of thunder. One of the Black Demon Cavalrymen suddenly roared. Then, everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding. In an instant, they all attacked Ning Qi from tricky angles and completely sealed off Ning Qi's escape route. In the next moment, sword light flashed across the field. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the Black Demon Cavalrymen, along with their mounts, disappeared into the air. Finally, only the motionless leader was still alive. He stared blankly at Ning Qi, a trace of fear in his eyes. The evil spirits under the huge rock were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. They were extremely shocked. 12 black demon cavalrymen had died. Just like that? Wasn't it too fast? They finally believed that Shimin-Jing and the group of ghost kings were killed by Ning-Chi. "Sir, you have vented your anger. Why don't you let me live?" After a while, the leader of the black demon cavalrymen spoke, slowly. "Are you begging for mercy?" Ning-Chi asked doubtfully. "Yes." The other party lowered his head, feeling extremely humiliated. "Your begging is so insincere. What's the point of living? Die again." Ning-Chi smiled slightly. The moment the other party raised his head, the long sword had already pierced between his eyebrows and came out from the back of his head. The other party stared blankly at Ning-Chi. In the next moment, he was already scared out of his wits. However, his mount survived. It was looking at Ning-Chi uneasily with its eyes that were burning with 2 balls of green flames. Ning-Chi mounted the horse and patted it lightly. "Let's go to the Samsara temple. I know you understand." The green fire evil unicorn horse did not even make a sound. It obediently turned around and ran back the way it came. After a while, the gale disappeared. The evil spirits hiding under the huge rock walked out one by one. They looked in the direction where Ning-Chi and the green fire evil unicorn horse had disappeared and were silent for a long time. This fellow's strength is probably comparable to the patriarch of the Samsara temple. No matter how many ordinary ghost kings come, they will die. Hanged Ghost sighed. Drowned Ghost nodded in agreement. "That's right. I thought that the strongest among the living was only Nirvana. I didn't expect such an expert to appear. I think the world is going to change. So what if he's strong? The patriarch of the Samsara temple can naturally suppress him. Moreover, above that group of patriarchs, there are the 4 venerables of the underworld. Any one of them can easily crush this fellow." Chapter 2779. Riding on the green fire evil Qilin horse. Ning-Chi realized that the wind in the Yin mountain of the netherworld was not very effective on him. Previously, he could feel a faint stabbing pain in his soul, but now it was like a normal breeze. The damage that the wind caused to his soul seemed to be absorbed by the green fire evil Qilin horse. Not long after, the green fire evil Qilin horse carried Ning-Chi out of the Yin mountain of the netherworld. The moment they left the mountain, it was as if they had arrived in a different world. The sky where they had been previously was dark and gloomy, worthy of the name of the underworld. But now, Ning-Chi realized that the sky was not much different from the human world. Although the atmosphere was still gloomy, there was more color. Along the way, many old ghosts would subconsciously make way for the green fire evil Qilin horse when they saw it. They would only ponder for a while after Ning-Chi had passed. Ning-Chi's attire was obviously different from that of the black demon cavalry. He was not wearing the armor specially made by the Samsara temple, but they did not dare to think that someone in the underworld would be bold enough to kill the black demon cavalry and take away the green fire evil Qilin horse. They thought that Ning-Chi was an important figure among the black demon cavalry, so he was dressed differently. However, there were some old fogies with profound cultivation who were on par with ordinary black demon cavalrymen who sensed that something was amiss. That's a living person. His aura is concealed by the green fire evil Qilin horse. Ordinary old ghosts will not be able to detect him. An old ghost with 800 years of cultivation said as he looked at Ning-Chi's back in shock. "How can this be? The green fire evil Qilin horse is the mount of the black demon cavalry. How did a living person obtain it? Did he kill a black demon cavalry? Impossible. This person is heading towards the Samsara temple. If he really killed a black demon cavalry, why would he walk into a trap? Could it be that there are sects in the human world that can directly trade with the Samsara temple?" The group of old ghosts said thoughtfully. "Nay." The green fire evil Qilin horse neighed and stopped. It turned around and looked at Ning-Chi with a fawning look in its eyes. In front of Ning-Chi, there was a huge city that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth. The towering city walls pierced through the clouds, with no end in sight. Under the city walls, there were as many as dozens of city gates, and there was an endless stream of ghosts. At a glance, Ningqi had already seen many existences that were not inferior to Shimenjing at the Ghost King level. Looking up, Ningqi could barely make out the words Samsara Temple in the clouds. This city is the Samsara Temple. Ningqi smiled and patted the green, fiery, evil unicorn horse. Enter the city. The green flame evil unicorn horse hesitated for a few breaths of time before galloping towards the city gate. Along the way, the old ghosts that saw this all had strange expressions. That's the smell of a living person. It should be a living person. How could a green, fiery, evil unicorn horse become a living person's mount? How strange! At the same time, Ningqi and the green, fiery, evil unicorn horse had arrived at the city gate. The evil ghosts guarding the city all had extraordinary cultivation. Each of them was equivalent to a spirit-level expert in the human world, and they were all century-old ghosts. Although there was a gap between their cultivation and that of the Black Demon Cavalry, with most of them having cultivated for 400 to 500 years. From this alone, it could be seen that the Samsara Temple had a deep foundation. No wonder they could rule over the vast underworld. Stop! Isn't this Lord Baiji's mount? One of the evil ghosts guarding the city glanced at Ningqi. When his gaze fell on the green, fiery, evil unicorn horse, he suddenly turned pale with fright and let out a fierce roar. The other evil ghosts guarding the city heard the commotion and quickly walked over, staring at Ningqi suspiciously and greedily. When the ghosts that were going in and out of the city saw this, they stopped in their tracks and looked at Ningqi with curiosity and astonishment. At this moment, the evil ghosts guarding the city suddenly parted to two sides. A man with a snake's head and a human's body as tall as 40 feet walked out of the city gate. He came to the front of the evil ghosts guarding the city and looked down at Ningqi from above. In his hands were 2 giant hammers. This person's cultivation was much higher than that of Shimenjing and the others. If Shimenjing was an old ghost that was 2,000 to 3,000 years old, then this person was at least 9,000 years old. He had almost reached the peak of this realm. His arrival immediately made the ghosts lower their heads subconsciously, a trace of fear in their eyes. Lord Fei Long! The evil ghosts guarding the city bowed in unison. Rise! Fei Long nodded, his voice as loud as a bell. Then he looked at Ningqi and said lightly, "This mount of yours belongs to Baiji. Where is he?" "Dead." Ningqi smiled. "Dead." The ghost stared at Ningqi, dumbfounded, as if they could not believe that Ningqi dared to kill a black demon cavalryman. They could not believe that Ningqi did not escape after killing the black demon cavalryman, but instead came to the Samsara Temple and dared to say such words in front of the Samsara Temple's General Fei Long. Wasn't this courting death? Ha ha ha, interesting. I've long disliked Baiji. I didn't expect him to die in the hands of a living person like you. Interesting. Fei Long suddenly laughed, and the ghosts felt the ground shake a few times. But the next moment, Fei Long suddenly stopped smiling and looked down at Ningqi coldly, as if he was a god looking down at an ant in the mortal world. Although I'm very happy that you killed Baiji, do you know where this place is? The Samsara Temple. Did I come to the wrong place? Ningqi smiled. You know that this is the Samsara Temple? Fei Long's expression gradually became strange. Instead of escaping after killing a black demon cavalryman, he came to the Samsara Temple. Wasn't this something that only a fool would do? The fact that you killed Baiji shows that you're an expert of quietus among the living. But even so, in front of the Samsara Temple, quietus is just an ant. I'll give you a chance. 10 breaths of time. If you can withstand me for 10 breaths of time, I'll help you persuade Baiji's superior. In the future, you'll be my subordinate. Fei Long smiled. Interesting, but I think it's better not to attack. The corners of Ning Chi's mouth curled up slightly. Fei Long knew that he had killed Bai Ji, but did not attack him immediately. Instead, he left him a way out. Since that was the case, Ning Chi was willing to let him live, as long as he did not attack. Otherwise, under the emotion destroyer swordsmanship, there would be no survivors. Fei Long was startled, and then his expression gradually turned cold. Cowardly as a mouse. Are you begging for mercy? He did not wait for Ning Chi to speak and had already taken a step forward, ready to suppress Ning Chi. Chapter 2780. The commander of the Black Demon Cavalry, Wu Yuan. This living person will definitely die today. If the general guarding the city, Fei Long, and the commander of the Black Demon Cavalry, Wu Yuan, join hands, who can fight against them except for the patriarch of Samsara Temple? This guy is crazy, but since he could kill Bai Ji, his strength is at least an ordinary ghost king. Even if he dies, he may be subdued by Samsara Temple. Commander? Ning Chi's ears twitched slightly. From the whispers around him, he could tell the background of the middle-aged man in front of him. He took a look at the man's attributes and confirmed that he was the commander of the Black Demon Cavalry. His cultivation was on par with Fei Long's. You came pretty fast. I'll leave this guy to you. Fei Long looked at Wu Yuan and sneered. Wu Yuan glanced at Fei Long. The matter of my Black Demon Cavalry. Naturally, I will settle it myself. Then Wu Yuan's gaze fell on Ning Chi, then looked at the uneasy green fire evil unicorn horse, and said coldly, You killed Bai Ji. Is your previous master called Bai Ji? Ning Chi lowered his head and asked. The green fire evil unicorn horse snorted. That should be it. Ning Chi looked at Wu Yuan and smiled. How dare you? I will peel your skin and break your bones today. After you die, I will put your soul into a pot of oil and fry it for thousands of years. Wu Yuan laughed grimly and reached out to grab Ning Chi. In an instant, a huge black palm fell on Ning Chi's head. Seeing this, the evil spirits nearby hurriedly scattered in all directions, fearing that the aftermath of the battle would affect their lives. Suddenly, Fei Long, Wu Yuan, and all the evil spirits at the scene felt their eyes light up. After they blinked their eyes subconsciously, they found that Ning Chi was holding a long sword, and the tip of the long sword was in between Wu Yuan's eyebrows. The previous black palm had disappeared. Wu Yuan looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. He seemed to want to say something, but before he could speak, Ning Chi's expression changed. His body was like yellow sand, gradually weathering and completely dissipating in the world. Nothing was left. The great commander of the Black Demon Cavalry, an old ghost of 8,000 or 9,000 years, died just like that in front of the ghosts. The sound of people gasping could be heard. One by one, the evil spirits subconsciously retreated, not daring to get too close to Ning Chi. They looked at Ning Chi with eyes filled with endless fear. Even the evil spirits guarding the city took a few steps back. Then they remembered that the flying dragon was present, so they did not continue to retreat. As a member of the Samsara Temple's battle sequence, the evil ghosts guarding the city all knew how powerful Wu Yuan was. He was the strongest ghost king besides the Samsara Temple's patriarch. But he was actually stabbed to death by a living person with a single sword strike. What was this? Dozens of ghost kings died in the Netherworld Spring Realm. Did you do that? Fei Long suddenly said. He frowned and looked at Ning Chi with a serious expression. He was no longer as proud and calm as before. Yes. Ning Chi smiled. Fei Long's expression became even more serious. He asked in a low voice, Living human, what are you trying to do? After killing so many ghost kings of the underworld, you still want to come to the Samsara Temple? When the ghosts heard this, they all pricked up their ears. They also wanted to know what Ning Chi's purpose was today. In their opinion, a living human with such skills was definitely the first in the world. Because before this, They had never heard of a living human in the world who could kill 8 or 9,000 years old ghosts with one sword. The level of ghosts, even those famous sects in the underworld, the strongest ones were only equivalent to 4 or 5,000 years old ghosts. When they came to the Samsara temple, they were also very respectful. How would they dare to kill the great commander of the Black Demon Cavalry in front of the city gate? I just want to enter the Samsara temple to take a look. Are you going to stop me? Ning Chi smiled. Stop you! Fei Long's expression changed. He finally stepped aside. Go in if you want. Even Wu Yuan was killed by you with one sword. Naturally, I am not your opponent. It is not easy to cultivate for 8 or 9,000 years. I will not be so stupid as to kill myself. Master Fei Long. The evil ghosts guarding the city suddenly changed their expressions. Were they going to let this man enter the Samsara temple like this? Then where should the dignity of the Samsara temple be placed after so many years? You are quite smart. You have a bright future. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. He then patted the green fire, evil Kylan horse. It was originally immersed in the shock of Wu Yuan's death. Being patted by Ning Chi, it was startled. It turned its head carefully to look at Ning Chi, and then walked into the Samsara temple. Along the way, the evil spirits guarding the city gave way, and no one dared to block Ning Chi's way. When Ning Chi walked a few feet away, Fei Long followed him. Just like that, the two of them entered the Samsara palace one after the other. When they disappeared from their sight, the evil spirits at the city gate were in an uproar. Who the hell is that? Such a ferocious monster. Even we can't compare to him. How can there be such a person in the world? Terrifying. Fei Long had been following behind Ning Chi. His body and appearance were very unique, and almost all the evil spirits recognized him. Therefore, when these evil spirits, who did not know what was happening in front of the city gate, saw Fei Long following a living person, they looked at Ning Chi with a strange expression. Ning Chi did not need to know the way. Ning Chi didn't need to know the way. He knew that the green fire evil unicorn horse would naturally take him to the place he wanted to go. Thus, Ning Chi looked around the Samsara temple as if he was on an excursion. Other than the fact that most of the people in the city were evil spirits, it looked no different from the human world. There were people selling food, such as buns. As for the meat in the buns, Ning Chi knew very well. Many of the owners of the buns subconsciously showed greed in their eyes when they saw Ning Chi. Then, when they saw Fei Long, they restrained their expressions and looked at Ning Chi suspiciously. They secretly guessed Ning Chi's origin. Your Excellency, the patriarch in the temple must have received the news. If you leave now, you can still make it. Fei Long's lips moved slightly, and his voice rang in Ning Chi's ears. I've killed so many ghost kings in the underworld. Don't you want me to be suppressed as soon as possible? Ning Chi glanced at Fei Long strangely. This guy's stance did not seem right. I'm like you. When I was alive, I was General Fei Long of the Yuan Long dynasty. It was only after I died that I became an evil ghost. Your strength is definitely the best among the living I've seen. It's not easy for someone like you to appear in the human world. It would be a pity if you died in the underworld. Fei Long's voice sounded again. You still yearn for the life of a living person? Ning Chi was slightly stunned. Chapter 2781. Ning Chi could understand Fei Long's thoughts. He had seen many ghosts in the underworld who were unwilling to accept their new identities when they died and wanted to return to the human world. However, no ghost could leave the underworld on their own accord. This rule was like the law of the heavenly Tao. Destruction. However, it was the first time that Ning Chi had seen an old ghost like Fei Long, who had stayed in the netherworld for nearly 10,000 years, but still remembered his identity as a living person. For example, Shimin Jing's group of old ghosts who had only cultivated for 2,000 or 3,000 years had completely forgotten their identity as living people. Shi Qi was delighted. so that they could devour their former clansmen. Don't worry. Since I dared to come to the Samsara temple, I have a 99% chance that I won't die. Ning Chi smiled faintly. 99%. Fei Long was slightly stunned. The way he looked at Ning Chi changed again. He thought suspiciously, could it be that this young man has already surpassed the Nirvana realm and reached the same realm as the patriarchs in the Samsara temple? Impossible. It is said that since the underworld was founded, no ghost has ever cultivated to the level of the patriarchs, let alone a living person. Fei Long immediately overruled his own thoughts. There were 10,000-year-old ghosts in the underworld. There was a group of evil ghosts in the Samsara temple who specialized in serving the patriarchs. They had cultivated for at least 10,000 years, but they had not reached the level of the patriarchs. 5,000 years ago, Fei Long saw an patriarch kill a 38,000-year-old ghost with his own eyes. The reason was that the old ghost had stolen a certain treasure from the Samsara temple in order to break through to the level of the ancestor. Before this, existences like him all thought that the 38,000-year-old old ghost was the closest and most likely to become the patriarch of Samsara temple. In the end, he died without being able to make a single move. He was suppressed without being able to put up any resistance. It was not until then that he realized how terrifying the strength of the patriarchs in the Samsara temple was. At the same time, just as Ning Chi was walking towards the Samsara temple, a total of 18 figures were sitting on the ground in the Samsara temple in the depths of the city. They seemed to be meditating and absorbing essence. One of the figures suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, and walked out. Outside stood a 10,000-year-old ghost whose aura was several times stronger than Fei Long's. When he saw the figure, he immediately said respectfully, "Patriarch, I heard from the people below that a living person has entered the Samsara Hall and killed the commander of the Black Demon Cavalry. Wu Yuan? His cultivation base is only 8 or 9,000 years. Why do you need to wake me up for something like this?" That figure looked to be in his 30s. Not only was his aura completely different from the evil spirits in front of him, but he also gave off the aura of a living person. This was a living person. The 10,000 years old ghost said in a low voice, "That living person only used one sword to kill Wu Yuan. I feel that this person has an extraordinary background. It is necessary to let the old ancestor make a decision. One strike? Interesting. I didn't expect such a powerful cultivator to appear in a place like this. I'd like to go take a look." The young man smiled. "This is the Samsara Hall?" Ning Chi rode the green fiery evil Kylan horse and stopped in front of a dark building that was mostly shrouded in white fog. At the entrance of this building, almost all the evil spirits took a detour and did not dare to approach the door. Their eyes were filled with awe as they looked over, because this was the highest authority in the underworld. Fei Long stood behind Ning Chi and nodded with a solemn expression. "This is the Samsara Hall. Have you been in it before? How many of the so-called old ancestors are there?" Ning Chi smiled. Fei Long's expression changed slightly. Only old ghosts with 10,000 years of cultivation are qualified to enter the Samsara Hall to serve the old ancestors. I have never been in it. Even you have never been in it? Ning Chi's eyes moved and he smiled. "All right, I'll bring you in today to see what secrets this Samsara Hall has." "No." Fei Long's eyes flashed with a trace of anxiety. "You don't understand how terrifying the old ancestors are. Their existence is a little different from yours and mine. Your name is Fei Long, right? You talk too much." An indifferent voice came from the Samsara Hall. Then a young man slowly walked out, followed by a 10,000-year-old ghost whose aura was several times stronger than Fei Long's. He was staring coldly at Ning Chi and Fei Long with his dark green eyes. At this time, the evil spirits who had already noticed the situation stopped in their tracks and looked at the young man in disbelief. They could not see the young man's cultivation, but they knew who the 10,000-year-old ghost behind him was. It was an existence that served the old ancestors in the samsara hall. Now that he was walking out of the samsara hall with a young man, didn't that mean that was an old ancestor? Old ancestor. Fei Long looked at the young man with a trace of fear in his eyes and hurriedly bowed respectfully. The smell of a living person. Ning Qi's nose twitched slightly as he glanced at the young man's attributes. Ning Qi's expression became even more strange. Jiang Bing, a disciple of the Jiang family of the Tiandao clan, late-stage immortal lord? The old ancestor of the highest authority in the underworld was not only a living person, but also a disciple of the Jiang family? I remember you. I wanted to wait for you to have 10,000-year-old cultivation to serve me personally. I didn't expect you to help an outsider. Jiang Bing looked at Fei Long indifferently and shook his head in disappointment. The fear in Fei Long's heart increased, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. If he had known, he would not have said so much just now. Jiang Bing no longer looked at him, but looked at Ning Qi from head to toe with a strange expression. Your cultivation is at most at the spirit level. How could you kill Wu Yuan? Spirit level? The 10,000-year-old ghost and the flying dragon behind Jiang Bing were shocked when they heard this. Ning Qi did not answer Jiang Bing, but said with a faint smile, I didn't expect the old ancestor of the samsara hall to be a living person in the so-called underworld, and a disciple of the Jiang family of the Tiandao clan. Jiang Bing, I am very confused. I wonder if you can explain it to me? When he saw Jiang Bing, he had already guessed that the reason why Old Man Mysterious Sword asked him to come here was probably related to the Tiandao clan. Ning Qi really did not expect that Old Man Mysterious Sword would also be involved with the Tiandao clan. He just did not know whether he was on the side of the Tiandao clan or the side of the ancient immortals. Fei Long and the 10,000-year-old ghost looked at Ning Qi in a daze, because Ning Qi seemed to have revealed the origin of the old ancestor of the samsara hall. He even knew the name of the old ancestor. Chapter 2782. Seeing the old ancestor, whose expression hadn't changed in 10,000 years, suddenly reveal a trace of astonishment, the shock in the old ghost and Fei Long's hearts was hard to describe. Right now, they only wanted to know just who Ning Qi was, and why he could cause the old ancestor to be so shocked. My aura. Well, that's not important. What's important is that your strength has been suppressed to the same level as a nascent soul stage or a divine transformation stage. You're not even a human immortal. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. This was a celestial lord. As long as he killed this person, he could get 100,000 merit points. It was more than enough to buy the Mo family's mechanism skill. What are you doing here? This is the family's forbidden area. Even if you're an outer disciple, you're not qualified to enter. You killed Wu Yuan, so you must have the family's trump card, right? I'd like to see what the family has given you to make you so calm in front of me. Idle. Jiang Bing sneered. Then he glanced at the 10,000-year-old ghost and said, Take him down! Yes, although the 10,000-year-old ghost was a little nervous, the great ancestor had already given the order, so he naturally had to act. In the next moment, his figure suddenly rose more than 10 feet, and he directly stomped on Ning Qi. This scene was seen by the nearby ghosts, and they were greatly shocked. For them, if this foot landed on them, if this kick landed on them, their souls would be destroyed. Oh no! Fei Long's eyes were filled with horror. This kick also included him. Obviously, the opponent was going to suppress him as well. Whoosh! The sword light flashed. A wound suddenly appeared between the eyebrows of the 10,000-year-old ghost. He struggled to turn his head to look at Jiang Bing, his eyes revealing a pleading look. In the next moment, with a bang, his body suddenly dissipated into the world. His soul dissipated, and not even a speck of his remains remained. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 merit points. The system notification sounded. 10,000 merit points meant the strength of this 10,000-year-old ghost was equivalent to a primordial unity, genuine, celestial. If Ning Qi encountered a primordial unity, genuine, celestial in the outside world, he would be lucky if he could escape with his life even if he used all his trump cards. However, in this place his opponent's cultivation was suppressed to a level lower than a human celestial. So he was killed by the first sword of the Love Destroyer sword art without any ability to fight back. At this moment, Ning Qi's merit points had already reached more than 60,000. Hiss! The evil spirits nearby sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. At the same time, among the evil spirits, many living figures appeared. They were all in groups, and when they arrived, they just happened to see Ning Qi slaying a 10,000-year-old old ghost with a single sword strike. This scene made them speechless. They looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Who is this person? We've been in the human world for so long. Why haven't we seen this person before? He can even kill a 10,000-year-old ghost. Doesn't that mean he's stronger than you and me? He dared to kill a servant of the Samsara Temple's patriarch. I'm afraid today's matter will implicate us. Forefather Terminator might be from different sects, but at this moment their faces were filled with shock as they constantly communicated with each other. The fear in their hearts was no less than that of the nearby evil ghosts, because Ning Qi, a living person who had appeared out of nowhere, had completely offended the Samsara Temple this time. As living people, they would naturally be affected as well. Affected. This Fei Long, who was in a dodging posture, put down his arms in shock and stared at Ning Qi with his mouth agape. Your swordsmanship? Jiang Bing was a little taken aback at first, but then his expression turned somber as if he had thought of something. Gradually, his expression turned from somber to shocked. What's your relationship with that person from the ancestral star? You know that old fellow too? Ning Qi smiled. This time Long Chang and Proto could catch up to him because that old fellow had done something to him. If possible, Ning Qi would definitely settle the score with him. He once killed an Emperor Realm Patriarch of my bloodline. Of course I know him. Jiang Bing's eyes were about to spit fire. You have the family's imprint on you, but you practice this person's swordsmanship. Who are you? Are you a traitor of the Tiandao clan? Who am I? Can't you guess it by now? One day, I'll wipe the Tiandao clan off the face of the immortal realm, leaving nothing behind. Ning Qi smiled. Wait, you're from the ancient immortal clan? You're an ancient immortal. You're here to save him? Jiang Bing finally came to his senses, his face full of shock. In the next moment, he let out a long howl, and the 17 figures sitting cross-legged in the depths of the Samsara Temple opened their eyes one after another. Solemn expressions, they broke through the air and landed beside Jiang Bing. What happened, Jiang Bing? Who's this kid? You didn't wake us up from our meditations just for this guy, did you? Can't you deal with someone of his cultivation? The 17 figures frowned and looked at each other, then spoke to Jiang Bing. Fei Long was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He stared blankly at the 17 figures. They were all patriarchs of the Samsara Temple. More and more evil spirits gathered in the area. The patriarchs of the Samsara Temple, who were rarely seen on normal days, were all here today. After asking what had happened, they looked at Ning Qi with a hint of fear in their eyes, including the cultivators from the human sex. This kid is an ancient immortal. Jiang Bing looked at Ning Qi with a solemn expression, gnashing his teeth. Ancient immortal. How is this possible? The ancient immortal clan has long been extinct. Even if there are survivors, how could they find this place? This is a restrictive spell set up by that person. Even our Jiang family's patriarch Huagu wouldn't be able to find this place easily. The rest of the Jiang family disciples turned pale with fright, looking at Ning Qi with a hint of fear in their eyes. Although Ning Qi's current cultivation was nothing to them, the word ancient immortal was enough to make them feel a heavy pressure, because a bigwig of the ancient immortal clan was being suppressed here. That was because even that person from back then couldn't completely kill the other party. He could only use the suppression art to suppress the other party. Now that an ancient immortal had found his way here, how could they not be afraid? If that person were to come out, the Tiandao family would definitely suffer a heavy blow. In addition, he also knows the swordsmanship of that old thing from the ancestral star. Jiang Bing said, gnashing his teeth. What? The old guy who killed our patriarch? The rest of the disciples of the Jiang family were shocked again, and a trace of fear unconsciously appeared in their eyes. Fei Long and the other ghosts saw this scene and looked at Ning Qi in a completely different way. Who on earth was this guy who could make the patriarch of the Samsara temple so terrifying? Chapter 2783. Jiang Bing and the others looked at each other. Suddenly one of them said, "The suppression of cultivation here is very strong. Even if he is an ancient immortal, we can defeat him if we join forces." That's right. Judging by his aura, he is only at the spirit realm. In the outside world, he is equivalent to a golden immortal, right? Even if that doesn't work, there are still 4 supremacies. No matter what, nothing must happen to this place. Attack! In a flash, Jiang Bing and the others had finished communicating. Even though their cultivation was suppressed, they still had the means of a soul formation cultivator. They suppressed their fear of the word ancient immortal and prepared to join forces to defeat Ning Qi. You want to join forces? You guys go ahead. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up. Whoosh! 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 One by one, the Jiang family disciples with immortal Lord cultivation fell dead in front of Ning Qi. In the blink of an eye, only Jiang Bing was left alive. The other 17 people were all dead. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 100,000 merit points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received. The system notifications rang out 17 times in total. Every single one of the Jiang clan's members had a cultivation base ranging from early stage to late stage heavenly high celestial, and they were able to provide Ning Qi with 100,000 contribution points. In the blink of an eye, Ning Qi had risen from a poor family with 60,000 contribution points to a millionaire. His merit points had reached a whopping 76 million, not to mention the Mo clan's mechanism art. Ning Qi could even afford the other lost immortal arts. Phew! Ning Qi heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Jiang Bing with a wide smile. Awesome, really awesome. It was not only the merit points that made Ning Qi feel good. The biggest reason was that Ning Qi had killed all the disciples of the Jiang family. In the outside world, Ning Qi wouldn't be able to kill immortal lords, even if they were standing right in front of him. However, in the underworld, he only needed 17 strikes to kill 17 immortal lords whose cultivation bases had been suppressed to the soul formation stage. It's a pity that Jiang Yu is not here. Ning Qi sighed. Given the uniqueness of this place, even an immortal emperor like Jiang Yu would be suppressed to the Mahayana or human immortal level. Either way, he would be a target that could be killed by the love destroyer swordsmanship. Ning Qi even had a bold idea. If he could have the ability to suppress the cultivation of others like this place, coupled with the love destroyer swordsmanship, wouldn't he be invincible in the world? However, this thought only lasted for a moment. From the gossip he had just heard, he had come to a conclusion. The person who had set up this place was most likely the Almighty who had led the Tiandao family to suppress the ancient immortal clan. If he had reached that level, why would he need to do this? You! Jiang Bing looked at Ning Qi in fear. He was even more shocked by the 2 words that Ning Qi had just uttered. Jiang Yu was a famous prodigy of the Tiandao clan's Jiang family. His ancestor had gone to the homeworld to stand up for Jiang Yu, only to be slain by that old man with a single sword strike along with several other Jiang family immortal emperors. That was why Jiang Bing had a deep impression of Jiang Yu. The patriarch of Samsara Temple is dead? This smell of blood? A living person. How could the patriarch of Samsara Temple be alive? What's going on? Could it be that our underworld is being controlled by a living person? The evil spirits nearby were shocked and confused. Before this, they had not been able to discern the origins of this group of Jiang family disciples. They had thought that they were ghosts like them. But now that they had been killed by Ning Qi, their corpses remained instead of dissipating into nothingness like the 10,000-year-old ghost. Moreover, the strong smell of blood on the ground proved that this group of Samsara Temple's patriarchs, who held an incomparably high position in their hearts, were actually people that they dreamed of eating, living people. Just like the evil spirits, Fei Long was also shocked by the fact that Jiang Bing and the others were still alive. Everything that happened today not only overturned his worldview, but also the worldview of all the evil spirits present. They couldn't help but wonder in their hearts, what kind of place was the underworld? Place? From now on, I'll ask and you'll answer. Understand? Ning Qi smiled. Ask away. Jiang Bing took a deep breath and calmed his surging emotions before he said, What's in the Samsara temple? Ning Qi smiled. Nothing, Jiang Bing whispered. Are you lying to me? Ning Qi smiled. Indeed, there's nothing here. This is just a secret land for the Jiang family's disciples to train. Jiang Bing forced a smile. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. This place was extremely important to the Tiandao family. If something happened, even if he survived, he would not be able to explain it to the family. He might end up worse than death. It seems that you're very stubborn. I'll go in and have a look myself. Ning Qi smiled and slowly raised his hand. Wait. In the end, death still defeated fear. After a few moments of hesitation, Jiang Bing made a decision. As long as you can let me leave here alive, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Whether I can live or not is not up to me. It's up to you. If your information is of little use to me, you'll still die. Ning Qi smiled. Hearing this, Jiang Bing breathed a sigh of relief. If Ning Qi had agreed, he would have doubted whether Ning Qi would keep his promise, because he was sure that his news would definitely be very explosive to Ning Qi. I hope you can keep your promise and tell me all this. I'm a traitor of the Tiandao family. Not only will the Jiang family not let me go, but the other 8 families will also kill me. Jiang Bing took a deep breath and said, Speak. Ning Qi smiled. This is a forbidden place personally set up by Patriarch Jiang Tianshu. It's used to suppress a peak 3rd step almighty of your ancient immortal clan. Jiang Bing transmitted his voice. When he mentioned Jiang Tianshu's name, there was an uncontrollable fear on his face. Jiang Tianshu, a 3rd step almighty of the ancient immortal clan? Ning Qi's eyes flickered as he immediately said, Be more specific. Half an hour later, Ning Qi's expression remained the same, but he was indescribably shocked by the information Jiang Bing had revealed. Jiang Tianshu was the 4th step almighty who single-handedly exterminated the ancient immortal clan. However, he was not the patriarch of the Jiang family, or rather, they were not related by blood. The real patriarch of the Jiang family was one of Jiang Tianshu's servants. The servant's surname was Jiang Tianshu. Chapter 2784. In actuality, both sides had fought for a long time, and after the Tiandao family had won, almost all of the 3rd step cultivators had died. The few that had survived had been taken away by Jiang Tianshu to the divine Luo world, because the ancient immortal clan also had someone who could fight against Jiang Tianshu, the mysterious North Celestial Emperor. No one knew the origin of the mysterious North Celestial Emperor, but there were rumors in the Jiang family that the mysterious North Celestial Emperor was not a native of this world, but from the Shenluo realm. As for the great war of the immortals and demons and the suppression of the ancient immortal clan by the Tiandao family, all the clues pointed to a door that led to the Shenluo realm. Some ancestral patriarchs of the Jiang family said that Jiang Tianshu's real goal wasn't the ancient immortal clan, but the mysterious North Celestial Emperor. There was something extremely important in the hands of the Arch. This thing could help Jiang Tianshu leave this world and head to a broader stage. However, this was only the research and conjecture of the later generations. Whether it was true or not, apart from that era, or even Jiang Tianshu himself, no one could determine the reason behind it. Perhaps Jiang Bing knew that he had no way out and that he would definitely break ties with the Tiandao family in the future, so he gave a more detailed description than Ning Qi had expected, allowing Ning Qi to learn many secrets. There was another point that the Tiandao family was also studying: the demonic ancestor who had the lowest presence during the Great War of the Immortals and Demons. Because in the records of the Tiandao family, the demonic ancestor didn't appear even once. It was as if he had been killed before the Great War. They suspected that Jiang Tianshu and the mysterious North Celestial Emperor of the ancient Immortal Clan had joined forces to kill a fourth-step cultivator without anyone noticing. After that, there was the Great War of the Immortals and Demons. If this speculation was true, then the Great War of the Immortals and Demons was just a pretense. The real main characters were the Tiandao family and the ancient Immortal Clan. That was why some people called the Great War the War of the Ancients. There weren't many ancestral patriarchs of the Tiandao family who agreed with this theory. They were more in favor of the Great War of the Immortals and Demons. Ning Qi was no stranger to the person imprisoned in this place. His name had long since reverberated like thunder in his ears. However, he had never imagined that he would be so important to the Immortal Clan that Jiang Tianshu would personally set up a restricted area to keep him imprisoned. Most importantly, Jiang Tianshu, a fourth-step cultivator who could even kill Gautama, couldn't kill this person. You said that King Qingguang was personally suppressed by Jiang Tianshu at the beginning of the Great War of Immortals and Demons. Do you have any proof? Why did Jiang Tianshu think so highly of him? As far as I know, he's just one of the 10 kings of hell. Ning Qi looked at Jiang Bing indifferently and said. Jiang Bing was slightly startled and looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. He thought that the inheritance of the ancient Immortal Clan was probably scattered. Otherwise, how could someone from the ancient Immortal Clan not know King Qingguang's true position? King Qingguang controls life and death. The reincarnation cycle of the ancient Immortal Clan has to go through his hands. Although he's an ancient immortal, he was formed from a wisp of life and death energy at the beginning of the world. His identity is special. As for the other 9 kings of hell, they're all his clones. The real King Qingguang represents the underworld and the 6 paths of reincarnation under the reincarnation cycle. Even ancestral patriarch Jiang Tianshu couldn't kill him and could only suppress him here. As a result, the underworld no longer exists. After the ancient Immortal Clan dies, they can only enter the reincarnation cycle and lose their memories. Even a 4th-step cultivator can't find the place of reincarnation. Body. Jiang Bing whispered. I see. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with understanding. He finally understood why King Qingguang was suppressed here at the beginning of the Great War of the Immortals and Demons, just like the demon ancestor. This was equivalent to cutting off an arm of the ancient Immortal Clan. After the ancient immortals died, they couldn't enter their own reincarnation cycle and could only go to the reincarnation cycle. Even the heavenly Tao couldn't control the reincarnation cycle of Shenlua world. Once the ancient immortals died, they wouldn't be able to revive and fight again. Could the underworld be the underworld? Because King Qingguang was suppressed, the underworld went into hiding and became the so-called underworld? Ning Qi felt that it was highly possible. Otherwise, how could he have entered the Styx River Divine Palace and seen the legendary Yamahal in the underworld? And how could he explain the ancient immortal divine souls that were released from the statues? King Qingguang is suppressed inside. Ning Qi pointed at the Samsara Hall. Not here. He's being guarded by the 4 venerables. Jiang Bing hesitated. I've already told you what you wanted to know, and even what I didn't have to say. Can you let me go? What's the hurry? Bring me to the place where King Qingguang is suppressed. After that, you can leave on your own. I won't stop you. Ning Qi said calmly. This, Jiang Bing struggled internally. After a few breaths, he finally nodded and said, "All right, I'll bring you there. I hope you can keep your promise." From the beginning to the end, Jiang Bing had been transmitting his voice. Therefore, when the ghost saw him walk into the Samsara hall after a moment of silence with Ning Qi and Ning Qi following him, they were instantly confused. "Oh yes, I'll give these 17 corpses to you." Ning Qi stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Fei Long with a smile. Jiang Bing's lips twitched, but he didn't say anything in the end. After Ning Qi and Jiang Bing entered the Samsara hall, the doors of the Samsara hall slowly closed. Fei Long stared blankly at the 17 corpses on the ground. Suddenly, his body couldn't help but tremble. It wasn't fear, but excitement. These 17 corpses were all patriarchs of the Samsara hall. They were terrifyingly strong. If he devoured all of them, he could gain at least 10 or 20,000 years of cultivation. His strength would increase by leaps and bounds. When the rest of the evil ghosts came to their senses, they looked on with envy and greed. They were secretly drooling, but they didn't dare to move. Even a few evil ghosts with cultivation similar to Fei Long hid in the distance and didn't dare to act rashly. Because these 17 corpses were given to Fei Long by Ning Qi. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't be killed if they tried to snatch them? Fei Long's opportunity this time is boundless, a nirvana existence sighed in his heart. Damn it. How did he know that living person? What's the background of that living person? If I can eat one of the patriarch's corpses, I can definitely break through the current bottleneck. I wonder if Fei Long will sell it. Chapter 2785. There were many pavilions in the Samsara temple. Not long after, Jiang Bing brought Ning Qi to a building and said to him, "From here we can go to the forbidden tower that suppresses King Qingguang." Ning Qi looked at Jiang Bing indifferently and found that Jiang Bing's expression was a little fearful and regretful. He wondered if Jiang Bing was afraid of the consequences of King Qingguang being released. Jiang Tianshu's sealing technique isn't that simple. Even if I kill the 4 Emperor Realm experts of your Jiang clan, it won't be that easy to release King Qingguang. Tell me everything you know about the sealing technique. Ning Qi said indifferently, "I'm just a late-stage immortal lord. How can I know about ancestor Jiang Tianshu's technique? But perhaps the 4 ancestors of the Jiang clan know something." Jiang Bing smiled bitterly. Ning Qi looked at Jiang Bing indifferently, as if trying to determine if Jiang Bing was telling the truth. Jiang Bing's expression gradually became uneasy. "Tell me, what are you hiding from me?" Ning Qi smiled. "I've already betrayed my clan. Why would I dare to lie to you?" Jiang Bing's smile became a little forced. "There should be some danger if we go from here, right? Is it a formation, a killing formation, or an illusion?" Ning Qi looked at the building with a faint smile on his face and said slowly. Jiang Bing's heart skipped a beat. A trace of regret flashed in the depths of his eyes. He didn't expect Ning Qi to be so vigilant and sensitive after gaining such a huge advantage. "It seems that I've guessed correctly. You've disappointed me." Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. "I forgot. If we go to the sealed tower from here, we will first step into a killing formation. This formation was set up by the 4 ancestors. As long as we bring this array core stone with us, we can ignore the killing formation." Jiang Bing patted his head and looked at Ning Qi apologetically. He then took out a jade white bead and handed it to Ning Qi. Ning Qi didn't take the bead. He just looked at Jiang Bing with a faint smile. Cold sweat rolled down Jiang Bing's forehead. Gradually, more and more beads of sweat appeared on his face. He looked as if he had just been fished out of the water. His eyes were gradually filled with fear. He kept glancing at Ning Qi's right hand, afraid that Ning Qi would raise his sword. After 10 minutes, Ning Qi stretched out his hand and took the array core stone. Jiang Bing heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. Ning Qi looked at the formation core stone and smiled at Jiang Bing. Do you know Jiang Yu? I recognize it. Jiang Bing wiped the sweat off his forehead and whispered. Does the All Heavens talisman have any friends with him? Ning Qi smiled. Although the All Heaven talisman was invented by the programmer who came to the immortal world from Earth, Ning Qi believed that the Jiang family was still using it. Yes, Jiang Bing was stunned for a moment before he nodded his head. However, he immediately shook his head and said, We're not good friends. Our Jiang clan has a clan, and Patriarch Jiang Yu is one of them. He's also a manager. It seems like the heavenly talisman your Jiang family obtained is a few grades higher than the one I have. I don't even have the ability to create a group. Ning Qi smiled and said, This all-heaven talisman was invented by a disciple of Emperor Bai's disciple. It's indeed slightly different from the ones on the market. Not only our Jiang family, but the other 8 families also use the all-heaven talisman that's different from the ones on the market. When we use the descent technique on it to transfer items, I'll be charged. Jiang Bing smiled awkwardly. All right, tell me Jiang Yu's name. Ning Qi said lightly. Name? Jiang Bing was slightly startled. The username on the heavenly talisman. Ning Qi rolled his eyes. All right, let me see. I found him. This is old ancestor Jiang Yu. Jiang Bing took out his all-heaven talisman, searched it, and showed it to Ning Qi. It turned out that Jiang Yu's username on the all-heaven talisman was his real name. Tell Jiang Yu that you captured me here. The heart of the demon ancestor is in your hands. Tell him to come here. Ning Qi said lightly. My name is Ning Beixian. Ning Beixian. Jiang Bing was stunned. He looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Although he had been guarding the underworld, he still had some impression of Ning Qi, who was ranked first on the heavenly Dao ranking. He didn't expect that Ning Qi was Ning Beixian. Ning Beixian, Emperor Beixian. A bolt of lightning flashed across Jiang Bing's mind. He looked at Ning Qi blankly. You and Emperor Beixian. His voice was already trembling. Ancient immortal, able to find the forbidden land that no cultivators knew except for the Jiang family's old ancestor Hua, and his name was Ning Beixian. He couldn't help but think of the Emperor Beixian. I am me, Ning Qi said lightly. No matter who he was in his previous life, he knew that he was Ning Qi in this life, not someone else. Even if one day he recovered the memories of his previous life, it would just be an additional memory. He would still be Ning Qi. Do as I say, Ning Qi said lightly. Jiang Bing hurriedly nodded, gritted his teeth, and sent a series of messages to Jiang Yu. In less than 30 breaths of time, Jiang Yu immediately replied. Jiang Yu, you caught Ning Beixian? Keep him alive. Directions. Great rewards. Jiang Bing glanced at Ning Qi and saw that Ning Qi was staring at him. He hesitated for a moment and sent the map of this place to Jiang Yu. This place is very secretive. Only the Jiang family's old ancestors know about this place. The other families don't know about it, including old ancestor Jiang Yu. Jiang Bing explained to Ning Qi. In his heart, he had already guessed what Ning Qi wanted to do. Even a genius immortal emperor like Jiang Yu, who had condensed a Dao talisman when he was in the Xian immortal realm and whose current strength was several times stronger than the 4 immortal emperors guarding this place, still couldn't escape from this place. Once his cultivation was suppressed, he would become a fish on the chopping board. After Jiang Bing replied, he waited for half a day, but Jiang Yu didn't reply. Ning Qi didn't know if Jiang Yu would obediently come to this place. If he really came, then Ning Qi could take his revenge in advance and force Jiang Yu to hand over Wang Yuding's and Wang Shui's souls. Let's go. Bring me to the 4 immortal emperors. Ning Qi put away Jiang Bing's heavenly talisman and said with a smile. Seeing this, Jiang Bing could only brace himself and bring Ning Qi into the building. Not long after, the 2 of them came to an incomparably large bronze mirror. There seemed to be water flowing on the surface of the bronze mirror. "This, to go to the sealed tower, I have to ask the four," Jiangbing smiled at Ningqi. Chapter 2786. Jiangbing's complexion became much paler. He thought for a moment. Then he took 2 steps forward and struck a technique into the copper mirror. Not long after, a face slowly appeared in the copper mirror, looking at Ningqi and Jiangbing with indifferent eyes. "Jiangbing, what's the matter?" A voice that sounded like a great bell rang out from the bronze mirror. As the face spoke, his gaze seemed to linger on Ningqi for 2 breaths of time. "Ancestor." He was sent by the elders of the family. He said he wanted to check out the situation in the sealed tower. Jiangbing bowed. The number of ancient immortals suppressed by the heavenly Dao family was not many, but it was not few either. Before Jiangbing was sent here, he had been ordered by the family to inspect the other forbidden grounds, mainly to see if there were any changes in those forbidden grounds, and if they would suddenly be attacked by the remnants of ancient immortals. "Oh, the family sent you here to inspect?" The face slowly frowned. "With the 4 of us watching over this place, nothing will happen. The elders worry too much. You can leave now." After a pause, "Why would the family send a mere golden immortal here to inspect?" A hint of suspicion appeared in the face's eyes. Jiangbing immediately tensed up, but he did not show it. "Ancestor, the family wants me to inspect this place with my own eyes. I heard that a few places seem to have problems. My cultivation is low, so coming here will not arouse suspicion." Ningqi smiled and cupped his hands. "A few places have problems? Which ones?" The face in the mirror clearly tensed up. "I don't know about that." Ningqi smiled. "That's true. Your cultivation is so low, the elders won't let you know, no matter what problems there are in other places. With the 4 of us watching over this place, there will definitely be no problems. Just go back and report it." With that, the face in the mirror seemed to gradually disappear. Clearly, it did not intend to continue talking with Ningqi. "Ancestor, please wait. The clan elders want me to take a look at the situation here with my own eyes. If the ancestor doesn't allow me to enter, I'll definitely report back to the clan. At that time, if the clan elders aren't satisfied, I don't think it'll be easy to explain to the ancestor." Ningqi laughed. Half of the face in the copper mirror had already disappeared. Hearing this, the face became clear again. From the looks of it, it was an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man. Because he had no eyebrows, his face was somewhat fierce. "Are you threatening me?" The other party's gaze gradually turned cold. "I'm just doing my duty. It's not a threat." Ningqi smiled. "All right, come in. I want to see which family you are from." The other party sneered. The next moment, his face suddenly disappeared, and a dark corridor gradually appeared on the bronze mirror. Seeing this, Jiangbing felt relieved and transmitted a message to Ningqi. "We can reach the Forbidden Tower from here." "I know. Why aren't you leaving?" Ningqi looked at Jiangbing and smiled. "This." Jiangbing looked at the dark corridor, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. After 5 breaths of silence, he clenched his teeth and walked into the dark corridor. Ningqi followed close behind. The 2 didn't walk far before they saw a bright light in front of them. After walking into the light, the passage behind them suddenly shrank. It even disappeared. A gust of cold wind blew against their faces, causing Ningqi and Jiangbing's robes to flutter. At this moment, the 2 of them were on a platform that seemed to be extremely high, as if it was shrouded in clouds and mist. The temperature was also very low. "How is it? Is there any change in the seal here? Look to your heart's content." A familiar voice sounded behind them. Ningqi turned around and saw a figure sitting in each of the 4 corners of the platform. The person who spoke was the face that had just appeared in the bronze mirror. At this moment, the other party was sneering and staring at Ningqi with cold eyes. The other 3 were also looking at Ningqi with their eyes. Jiangbing greets the 4 ancestors. Jiang Bing hurriedly bowed. The four of them ignored him. Jiang Bing straightened his body without batting an eyelid. Please rest assured I have a duty. I will look to my heart's content. Ning Qi grinned. Then, in front of the four of them, he walked around the platform. Occasionally, he would walk to the edge and take a look. He found that this should be a square tower, and the place where he stood was the top of this square tower, for chains extended from each side of the pagoda, and the four great emperor ancestors of the Jiang family sat at the beginning of each chain. Oh, these four chains are the seal. Ning Qi muttered to himself as he walked up to the great emperor ancestor with no eyebrows. Ancestor, do you mind if I take a look at you? I have to take a closer look. After all, this is an order from the clan's ancestor. The ancestor paused, then flew into a rage. How dare you? The other three also looked at Ning Qi in surprise. From their point of view, this junior, who had the imprint of the Tiandao clan's aura, was too bold. One look, and they could tell that the seal here was intact. Yet he still wanted them to get up? Ancestor, this one has no choice but to follow the orders of the clan. I have to take a good look at this place. Ning Qi smiled helplessly. This is the center of the seal. A mere golden immortal like you has no right to examine it. Scram and go back to the clan elders. Let's see if they'll personally come to punish us. The middle-aged man without eyebrows roared angrily. Suddenly, his hand shot out like lightning in an attempt to grab Ning Qi's neck. You've offended the four of us today. I don't care which branch you're from. I'll cripple half of your strength as a warning to others. It seems that the place you're sitting at is indeed one of the more important parts of the sealed pagoda. Ning Qi suddenly let out a long laugh and stabbed out with his sword, directly penetrating the opponent's head. The opponent's palm was still an inch away from Ning Qi's neck, and then he powerlessly lowered it. He looked at Ning Qi in disbelief, opened his mouth, and died on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an immortal emperor. Reward: 1,000,000 merit points. Ding! The system has determined that the host's kill is an epic rank. Additional reward: 500,000 merit points. The system beeped. An epic rank kill? An extra 500,000 merit points? The system won't be stingy this time. Not bad, not bad. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth curled up. In the blink of an eye, 1,500,000 merit points were in his possession, added to the 1,700,000 from before. Ning Qi now had over 3,000,000 merit points. It was hard to imagine that he'd had a headache over 100,000 merit points before this. Chapter 2787. Jiang Bing ducked behind Ning Qi and cupped his hands. Please calm your anger, forefathers. I'm just trying to save my own skin. After that, Jiang Bing said to Ning Qi, Brother, quickly kill these 3 old dogs, lest something unexpected happens. Jiang Bing's old dog infuriated the 3 great emperor ancestors, but they didn't make a move. Ning Qi's sword had easily killed a great emperor ancestor who was on the same level as them. It was a scene that shocked and terrified the 3 of them. You have the mark of our clan on you. As a scion of the Tiandao clan, why would you betray us? It's not too late to turn back. One of them barked at Ning Qi. Just because I have the mark of your Tiandao clan, does that make me a scion? How come I don't know? I don't even know where your Tiandao clan is. Ning Qi smiled. What? The 3 exchanged a look, shocked. One of them turned to Ning Qi in disbelief. You haven't gone through the trials of the Hidden Realm? What's the trials of the Hidden Realm? Ning Qi smiled. The mark on you was personally bestowed by forefather Huagu. When the time comes, you'll head to the Hidden Realm to train. Once you're done, you'll truly become a scion of the Tiandao clan. You'll soar to the heavens and enjoy a prestigious status in the world of immortals. Since you haven't gone through the trials, there's no such thing as betrayal. The 3 of us can testify for you. As long as you leave this place now, We'll let bygones be bygones. One of them tried to persuade Ning Qi. I came here to break the seal, and you're telling me to leave? How unreasonable. How about this? If the three of you destroy the seal, I'll let you live. Otherwise, you'll end up like him. Ning Qi kicked the eyebrowless great emperor forefather, sending his corpse flying toward the bottom of the pagoda. The place he'd been hiding was now revealed to Ning Qi. This was indeed the beginning of the chain. There was a diamond-shaped, translucent gem, and the end of the chain was embedded in the gem. There seemed to be some black aura constantly wandering in this translucent gem. Wait, don't tell me his goal is... The three of them were shocked when they saw the scene. They looked at each other and attacked Ning Qi in the next moment. The martial emperors were suppressed to the human immortal realm. They believed that as long as they attacked quickly, they would not be able to defeat Ning Qi. He could completely suppress a mere golden immortal like Ning Qi while he was reacting. An Emperor Realm expert dares to launch a sneak attack? A sneer sounded. Whoosh! A beam of sword light pierced through the forehead of one of the great Emperor ancestors, causing a fountain of blood to spray out. Uft! In the blink of an eye, it entered the forehead of another great Emperor ancestor. The two great emperors died on the spot, and the system beeped once more. Ning Qi's merit points had increased by another 3 million, reaching over 6,200,000. The remaining great emperor ancestor forced himself to take a few steps back, blood rushing to his face. Clearly, he'd suffered some internal injuries from the clash of auras. He looked at Ning Qi in shock. He'd already guessed where this swordsmanship had come from. You are from the ancestral star. You're that old thing's disciple. He glared at Ning Qi, both shocked and furious. The three of them hadn't been able to see through Ning Qi when he killed the great emperor ancestor without eyebrows. But now that they'd faced the emotionless sword art, they felt like ants standing before a god, powerless and helpless. Many of the Jiang family's disciples had experienced this before. But at that time, they'd faced the green-robed old man from the ancestral star. Cut the crap. Can the seal here be lifted? If not, I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. Ning Qi said, The seal here? You want to release King Qingguang? Ha ha ha! What a fool's dream! This is a seal set up by Zhang Tianchu himself. Only a 4th step cultivator can break it. But in this world, not even a 3rd step cultivator exists, much less a 4th step cultivator. You want to break the seal here? Dream on. The other party sneered and glanced at Jiang Bing. You betrayed the family. Elder Huagu will punish you. Both of you will die. Both of you will die. Whoosh! The voice stopped abruptly. Ding! Congratulations, host. Another 1,500,000 merit points. Ning Qi had killed all 4 of the Jiang family's great emperor forefathers with a single stroke of his sword. He'd gotten 6 million merit points from them, and with the addition of the 1,760,000 from before, Ning Qi now had a total of 7,760,000 merit points. In his own words, he was filthy rich. Phew! Jiang Bing heaved a long sigh of relief. He'd just betrayed the Jiang family and wasn't used to it yet. That was why he'd always been afraid of the Jiang family's great emperor forefathers. Now that all 4 were dead, he felt a little better. Brother, these 4 old dogs are all dead. But they're right. The seal here was set up by Zhang Tianchu himself. No matter how strong your sword art is, you won't be able to break it so easily, will you? Jiang Bing looked at Ning Qi and said, cautiously, immortal lords like me and these 4 old dogs all have life tokens in the clan. After they die, their life tokens will immediately shatter. The clan must have already discovered this situation. There may be experts coming here. If we are late, we won't be able to leave. Yes. Why didn't you tell me before? Ning Qi looked at Jiang Bing with a half-smile. Jiang Bing smiled awkwardly. I forgot, it's fine. Your Jiang family's Huagu patriarch's cultivation will be suppressed, right? I heard that there are no more third-step cultivators in the world. So Huagu patriarch is somewhere between the second and third step? Ning Qi smiled. Yes. Jiang Bing nodded quickly. That's good. I'll kill whoever comes. Ning Qi said coolly. Jiang Bing sucked in a breath of cold air. Thinking of Ning Qi's sword art, his expression turned strange. He didn't think Ning Qi was boasting. He could easily kill great emperor forefathers. No matter how many immortal emperors the family sent, they'd all die. As for Huagu patriarch, they'd never dared. Chapter 2788. After half a day of research, Ningqi discovered that the translucent gems around the four-sided pagoda should be the core of the restrictive spell. As long as he could break them and unseal the chains inside, the four-sided pagoda would disappear, and Qin Guangwang, who was suppressed below, would be able to escape. But Ning Qi frowned deeply. These four cores were strong, but they weren't that strong. If Ning Qi's cultivation was at its peak and he took out the executioner's bow, he might be able to defeat them one by one. But right now, his cultivation was suppressed to the level of a mortal. Even Jiang Bing was only equivalent to a spirit-severing cultivator. As for the four great emperor ancestors, their cultivation was suppressed to the level of human immortals. It could be said that even if a large group of immortal emperors came, they still wouldn't be able to break the restriction. The special environment here might be the reason why Zhang Tianshu had set up the restrictive spell here. Thus, even a third-step Almighty would have their cultivation suppressed. Perhaps only a fourth-step Almighty would have a chance of breaking the four restrictive spell cores. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Jiang Bing seemed to be working very hard. He grabbed a core and struck it repeatedly. Apart from the occasional spark, there wasn't even a scratch on the core. After half a day, Jiang Bing shook his head at Ning Qi, panting. The core can't be broken. Ning Qi pondered. Old man mysterious sword's purpose for sending him here must have something to do with King Qingguang. Old man mysterious sword should know the situation here very well, which was why he sent Ning Qi here with the emotion destroyer swordsmanship. But Ning Qi didn't have the ability to break King Qingguang's seal. Destroy. Moreover, he discovered that he couldn't return to the Samsara temple now that the four great Emperor Realm ancestors were dead. The four-sided pagoda seemed to be a broken secret realm. White mist surrounded it, making it impossible to see what was outside. He couldn't tell if this place belonged to the underworld. Do you know how to return to the Samsara temple? Ning Qi looked at Jiang Bing. Jiang Bing was slightly startled and subconsciously looked around. Then his expression changed greatly. He smiled bitterly at Ning Qi and said, "This is the secret land, not the netherworld. Only the four old dogs know how to go back and forth. Now that they are dead, I'm afraid we can't go back to the Samsara temple." Is that so? Ning Qi slowly sat upright on the ground, one hand on his knee, the other supporting his chin, and began to ponder. With their strength, there was no doubt that they couldn't break the restrictive spell here. After thinking about it, Ning Qi felt that there were only two possibilities to break the restrictive spell here and release King Qingguang. The first possibility was to find a way to be immune to the suppression of cultivation, and the second method was to release King Qingguang. It was to find out the reason why this place was suppressing their cultivation. In the blink of an eye, about 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Jiang Bing's eyes constantly wandered between the three corpses. He felt an unbearable itch in his heart. I almost forgot. Ning Qi suddenly stood up and walked to the three corpses. He took off their storage rings and put them into his spatial bag. Seeing this, Jiang Bing's face revealed a trace of embarrassment. The wealth of those existences Ning Qi had killed before couldn't even be compared to his. However, these four immortal emperors were different. Since they were immortal emperors and disciples of the Jiang clan of the Heavenly Dao clan, Their wealth must be extremely great. After leaving this place, Ning Qi could think of a way to break the restrictions on their spatial rings and take the treasures inside. He could use them for his own use. After collecting the 3 rings, Ning Qi jumped down the 4-sided pagoda and quickly returned to the top of the pagoda with the 4th ring. Seeing this, Zhongbing smiled and said, "Congratulations, the 4 immortal emperors are very wealthy. After this battle, you will have a chance to become an immortal emperor in the future. No matter how much you congratulate me, I won't share with you. Why don't you help me think of a way? If I can't break the seal here, I will have to leave this place and return to the Samsara temple." Ning Qi said lightly, "Brother, the way to open the passage lies with those 4 old dogs. Even if I know the way, I might not be able to open the passage with my strength. If you had shown mercy just now and left one alive, perhaps we wouldn't be in such an awkward situation." Zhongbing smiled bitterly. "So you're blaming me?" Ning Qi glanced at Zhongbing. "I wouldn't dare." Zhongbing smiled awkwardly. Ning Qi snorted and was about to say something when his eyes suddenly moved. "Boss, where is this?" The little octopus's tentacles were tightly wrapped around Ning Qi's neck, looking around curiously. "How did you get out?" Ning Qi was slightly startled. "I don't know, I was sleeping and came out." The little octopus looked at Ning Qi innocently. Zhongbing stared blankly at the little octopus, his expression suddenly becoming somewhat fearful. He pointed at the little octopus and stammered, "Nether, Nether? God of the Nether River?" "He's the god of the Nether River." "Yes, I am. You know me?" The little octopus looked at Zhongbing with a solemn expression, but deep in his eyes a trace of pride flashed, as if he was happy to see someone so fearful of him. "No, the god of the Nether River wouldn't be so weak. That's a 3rd step, almighty." Zhongbing suddenly shook his head and whispered to himself, "I am the god of the Nether River. Mortal, how dare you?" The little octopus said angrily, "Shut up." Ning Qi frowned and looked at Zhongbing. "Tell me about the god of the Styx river you mentioned." Zhongbing took a deep breath and looked at the octopus again before speaking. "About 500 to 600 years ago. It's too long ago, I can't remember it clearly. I only remember that Langya had just become an immortal emperor not long ago. Some of the older immortal emperors are still alive. Our heavenly Tao, the fame of the clan's descendants in the immortal world, was at its peak. At that time I had just stepped into the Tao and was only a celestial immortal. That was why I was only able to watch the battle from afar under the guidance of the elders in my clan. Although it was not as large as the great war of the immortals and demons, it was still extremely shocking to me. The family suffered heavy losses, so they gradually hid themselves from the world. Back then, there was an immortal emperor known as the 3 Realms Immortal Emperor. This person was only able to become an immortal emperor because of the heavenly Tao family. He discovered an underworld river that leads to the underworld. Once this news spread, the clan's Huago ancestor made a decision to send people to the underworld. These ancestors believed that the underworld had never experienced the great war of the immortals and demons. Perhaps there was a chance for them to truly reach the 3rd step. The heavenly Tao family sent more than 20 immortal emperors, including the 9 most famous immortal emperors who didn't belong to our heavenly Tao family. There were more than 30 of them. They brought countless immortal lords and grand unity immortals to cross the underworld river and head to the underworld. However, they encountered a giant beast along the way, the 3 Realms Immortal Emperor. Chapter 2789. What happened after that? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. Back then, Little Six had mentioned the origin of the little octopus to him, but it wasn't as detailed as Zhongbing. Little Six only mentioned the 9 immortal emperors, but Zhongbing told him that the Tiandao clan had also sent over 20 immortal emperors. They were completely annihilated. Zhongbing subconsciously glanced at the little octopus. Be it the immortal emperors sent by the Tiandao family or the 3 Realms Immortal Emperors, they were all devoured, including the Immortal Lords and Grand Unity Immortals. Later, the Ji family, which was also part of the Tiandao family, was unwilling to accept it. One of the devoured immortal emperors was the son of the Ji family's Huagu ancestor. That time, the Ji family sent over a dozen immortal emperors, including the Huagu ancestor who never stepped out of the family. They were also devoured. Jiang Bing let out a breath of impure air. That ancestor Huagu was also swallowed by that huge beast. From then on, the Ji family was unable to recover, becoming the weakest family among our heavenly Dao family. That huge beast was the god of the river Styx. After this war, both the immortal world and the Tiandao family suffered heavy losses and entered the Great Depression. All of them suffered heavy losses and entered the Great Depression. The Styx River disappeared without a trace, and no immortals ever saw it again. It can even devour the Huagu ancestor, so it is indeed a third step, Almighty. I didn't expect you to be so strong in the past, but now you are so weak. Ningqi sighed and looked at the little octopus. Jiang Bing gasped. Didn't Ningqi's words prove that this thing was really the god of the river Styx? How was that possible? Weak? The little octopus was instantly enraged. It waved its tentacles and tried to refute Ningqi's judgment. If you had your full strength, you might really be able to break the restrictive spell here. Ningqi smiled and shook his head. The little octopus was a little discouraged. In the next moment, its eyes inadvertently swept across the restrictive spell cores, and its eyes lit up. It flicked its tentacles and landed on one of the restrictive spell cores. Then, its tentacles tightly wrapped around the restrictive spell core as if it had found a treasure. Its face revealed a comfortable expression. "What are you doing?" Ningqi frowned. "Boss, this is a Nether River Divine Crystal. It's a great tonic for me." The little octopus looked at Ningqi, a look of vigilance in its eyes, as if it was afraid that Ningqi would snatch it from it. Its tentacles tightened around the little octopus. At the same time, there seemed to be a faint light flowing around its body, as if the energy within the forbidden magic core was constantly being transmitted into the little octopus's body. Nether River Divine Crystal? Ningqi was slightly taken aback. He did not expect the little octopus to recognize the 4 translucent forbidden spell cores. "Wait, you said it's a great tonic for you. You can swallow it?" Ningqi's eyes lit up. "Of course." The little octopus nodded repeatedly. "Very good. Other than this one, there are 3 more here. I'll give them all to you. Swallow them immediately." Ningqi pointed at the other 3 restrictive spell cores. There was a hint of greed in the little octopus's eyes. It glanced at the 3 pieces of Styx River Divine Crystals and immediately started drooling. Sure. The little octopus said excitedly. Jiang Bing was a little surprised at the change in front of him, but he also felt that it was within common sense. After all, if this octopus was really the god of the Styx River, its supernatural power must not be underestimated. Next, Ningqi and Jiang Bing sat on the ground and looked at the little octopus. They saw that the Nether River Divine Crystal, wrapped by its tentacles, was getting smaller and smaller. In just 3 days, it had completely digested the Nether River Divine Crystal, and the little octopus's body was also getting bigger and bigger. Before, its tentacles were only 2 feet long. Now it was 10 feet long. Its body size had increased by more than 10 times. After the Nether River Divine Crystal was completely swallowed by the little octopus, the chains that were integrated into it naturally fell off. The next moment, the sealed tower began to shake continuously. This strange phenomenon lasted for about 10 minutes before the shaking gradually stopped. At the same time, the little octopus's body gradually shrank and returned to its original miniature size. However, Ningqi and Jiang Bing could sense that the little octopus's aura was very different from before. What was a Nether River Divine Crystal? Ningqi had never heard of it, nor did he know how useful it was to the little octopus. However, from the fact that Jiang Tianshu had set up 4 Nether River divine crystals to suppress King Qingguang, he could tell that this thing was definitely extraordinary. From the sound of its name, it should be from the Styx River. Perhaps it itself was Little Zhang, one of the fish's food in its prime. Otherwise, its aura wouldn't be comparable to the spiritual level after just eating one. It was equivalent to a golden immortal in the outside world. Before this, the little octopus was just a weak chicken. It couldn't even defeat a golden core cultivator. Boss, I'm going to eat the second one. The little octopus couldn't wait to jump toward the second Nether River divine crystal. A few days later, the little octopus's body grew bigger again. However, the increase this time was not as exaggerated as after eating the first Nether River divine crystal. The 4-sided pagoda shook again. This time, the shaking was much more violent and lasted for a long time. A trace of fear gradually appeared in Jiang Bing's eyes. When all 4 Nether River divine crystals were devoured, wouldn't that ancient mighty figure be able to escape? After the shaking, the little octopus's body returned to its original size. A few days later, the little octopus also swallowed the 3rd Nether River divine crystal. This time, its tentacles were more than 5 feet long. If it stood upright, it would be quite majestic. Burp! The little octopus burped and said to Ning Qi with satisfaction, "Boss, I'm going to save the last Nether River divine crystal for later." "Then don't eat it. I'm taking it away," Ning Qi said lightly. "How can you do this?" The little octopus ran to the Nether River divine crystal and hugged it tightly with its tentacles. It looked at Ning Qi nervously and angrily. "Don't waste food. If there's something to eat, eat it. Do you want to save it for next time?" Ning Qi smiled. "Okay, I'll eat it now." The little octopus snorted and then began to swallow the last Nether River divine crystal. Perhaps it was really too full. After more than 10 days, it still hadn't finished devouring the last Nether River divine crystal. During these 10 days, Jiang Bing became more and more nervous and restless. Seeing this, Ning Qi smiled and said, "What are you afraid of?" "Brother Ning, I'm a disciple of the Jiang family after all. I have the imprint of the Tiandao family on me. What if that person comes out and kills me without saying a word?" Jiang Bing smiled bitterly. Ning Qi was slightly stunned. He flew forward and kicked the little octopus away. His back was already covered in a layer of cold sweat. Jiang Bing had the imprint of the Tiandao family, but so did he. "Boss, what are you doing?" The little octopus crawled back to Ning Qi and said with dissatisfaction. Chapter 2790. "What's wrong?" "Boss, what are you thinking about?" "I just said that I would eat it in the future, but you told me to eat it now, and now you kicked me away. Do you know how painful it is?" The little octopus waved its tentacles excitedly. "Don't grumble. Don't try to act innocent after getting a bargain. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up until you cough up everything you've eaten." Ning Qi rolled his eyes and said. The little octopus smiled. "Boss, please take your time to think about it. Tell me when you're done." Seeing this scene, Jiang Bing's expression gradually became a little strange. If it wasn't for Ning Qi's presence, he would probably have laughed out loud. Although he's from the ancient immortal clan, he also has the mark of the Tiandao clan. If I release King Qingguang, he'll be killed immediately like me. Thinking of this, Jiang Bing's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he almost laughed out loud. Rumble. The 4-sided pagoda began to shake violently again. It seemed that a certain existence below was getting impatient. But no matter how it shook, Ning Qi had to consider whether he should release King Qingguang personally. There were bad guys in the ancient immortal clan. Who knew if King Qingguang was good or bad? If the other party had a bad temper and was suppressed by the Tiandao clan for many years, it would kill him without listening to his explanation. What should he do? "Brother Ning, there's no need to think too much. Just release King Qingguang. Otherwise, you and I won't be able to leave this place. rather than being imprisoned here all year round. I'm willing to try my luck. Jiang Bing suddenly said. Fine. Ning Qi made a decision. He pointed at the remaining half of the Styx crystal and said to the little octopus, Continue eating. Understood. The little octopus waved its tentacles and immediately jumped onto the Styx crystal. It began to devour the mysterious power within. After another 10 days, the remaining Styx crystal was completely devoured by the octopus. The last chain also broke away from the four-sided pagoda. Ning Qi immediately waved at the little octopus. Together with Jiang Bing, they solemnly prepared to welcome the birth of King Qingguang. They thought that there would be an earth-shattering scene. After all, the four-sided pagoda had been shaking violently. Unexpectedly, after a dozen breaths, there was no movement from the four-sided pagoda. Brother Ning, what's going on? Jiang Bing looked at Ning Qi nervously. You're asking me? I still want to ask you. Is this place really suppressing Qingguang King? Ning Qi looked solemn. He suspected that Jiang Bing and the 4 great emperor forefathers had been deceived by Patriarch Huagu. Was this place just a ruse? King Qingguang was suppressed somewhere else? It's absolutely true. If this place isn't suppressing King Qingguang, why would we be sent here by our families? Jiang Bing quickly said. He was afraid that Ning Qi would think that he was lying and kill him. If that was the case, he would not be able to redress his grievances, even if he died. That's enough, you two. A loud and clear voice came from below. Ning Qi and Jiang Bing were startled. They looked at each other and said in unison, Someone is down there! The laws of the heavenly Tao here possess a strange power that can suppress cultivation. However, you've already broken through the restrictive spells set up by Zhang Tianshu. Dig a hole and come down to get me. The voice sounded again. You are, Ning Qi said in a low and respectful voice. King Qingguang, the master of the 6 paths of reincarnation, King Qingguang. There was a hint of anger and impatience in the voice. If Senior is King Qingguang, why don't you come out yourself? Ning Qi thought for a moment and asked. A dozen breaths later, the voice sounded again. I've been trapped for too long. I'm out of energy, boss. The shaking just now might have been caused by him. How could he be out of energy with such great strength? Could he be deceiving us? The little octopus suddenly said. Jiang Bing nodded thoughtfully. Before Ning Qi could speak, the voice sounded again. It's because of your dilly-dallying that I thought I was about to escape, wasting all the energy I've accumulated over the years. Oh! Realization flashed in everyone's eyes. No wonder the place would shake every time the octopus swallowed a Styx crystal. King Qingguang must have sensed the disturbance and tried to escape. However, there were still other Styx crystals around that blocked his psyche. Now that all 4 Styx crystals were gone and the restrictive spell was broken, he realized someone was trying to release him. After it was broken, he realized that someone was planning to let him out. But this sealing pagoda is no ordinary object either. With our cultivation, it will be difficult for us to destroy it. A hint of hesitation flashed in Jiang Bing's eyes. The next moment, Ning Qi had already punched the ground. Gravel splashed everywhere. Although it was only a small fist pit, it indirectly proved that after the restrictive spell of the sealed tower was destroyed, it was also reduced to an ordinary object. It was completely capable of destroying anything. Jiang Bing blushed a little and leaned over to knock on the top of the pagoda. Soon, a large hole was blasted through the top of the pagoda. Go down. Ning Qi smiled at Jiang Bing. I'll wait for you here. Jiang Bing smiled awkwardly. Ning Qi smiled. Seeing this, Jiang Bing jumped into the pit with a dark expression. The little octopus had already transformed back into its mini form. It grabbed Ning Qi's neck tightly and followed Jiang Bing into the pit with Ning Qi. Come down the stairs, I'm at the bottom. The voice sounded faintly again. Ning Qi looked up and saw the stairs he was talking about. He let Jiang Bing lead the way and walked down, floor after floor, until they reached the 99th floor. The stairs seemed to reach the end. This floor was different from the ones above. There were dozens of lights burning on the surrounding walls, and in the flickering light of the fire, there were dozens of lights. A man in a black robe was sitting not far from the two of them. The man looked very young, in his 20s. His face was a little pale, but he was extremely handsome. Even Ning Chi was inferior to him. At this moment, the man was looking at the two of them weakly. "You guys are really slow. King Qingguang, an ancient third step almighty, controlling the 6 paths of reincarnation?" Jiang Bing looked at the man in the black robe with a hint of suspicion. No matter how he looked, the other party did not have the bearing of an ancient third step almighty. "Senior, are you really King Qingguang?" Ning Chi was silent for a few breaths before cupping his hands. "Could it be that there is someone in this world who dares to pretend to be me?" The man in the black robe looked at Ning Chi and Jiang Bing with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Then his gaze swept across the little octopus, but he paused slightly. Chapter 2791. Do you recognize me? The little octopus was confused. Master of 6 Tao of Samsara. King Qingguang. Level? It's really King Qingguang, but I can't see his other attributes. Is it because my cultivation is too low, or do I have to advance to the 3rd step to see a 3rd step cultivator? Ning Chi's eyes flickered. King Qingguang smirked and said to the little octopus, "Of course I recognize you, but I didn't expect you to be in a worse state than me. You were sent into the infinite world reincarnation. It must have been Jiang Tianshu." Jiang Tianshu? The little octopus was still confused. "Forget it. Since I've entered the infinite world reincarnation, it won't be easy to get my memory back." King Qingguang shook his head and sighed. "It really is the god of the Styx River, but Patriarch Jiang Tianshu had already gone to the Shenluo world. Did he come back and send it into the infinite world reincarnation?" Jiang Bing looked at the little octopus in shock. After confirming its identity, he was in a daze. The little octopus that could even swallow Patriarch Huagu had appeared before him, alive and well. "Kid, for you to be able to meet this little guy, your fortuitous encounter is not too bad. Hurry up and help me up. Bring me away from this place. Once I've fully recovered my cultivation, I'll bestow upon you a great opportunity." King Qingguang looked at Ning Chi and said, "He can't even stand up now. If I..." Jiang Bing's eyes flickered. "Hey, you want to kill me? Come on. Even Jiang Tianshu can't kill me. You..." King Qingguang looked at Jiang Bing with a hint of mockery in his eyes. You've misunderstood. I've already forsaken the darkness for the light. I'm no longer a disciple of the Tiandao family. How would I dare to attack you? Brother Ning, am I right?" Jiang Bing broke out in a cold sweat and quickly looked at Ning Chi. Ning Chi smiled and ignored Jiang Bing. Instead, he looked at King Qingguang and said, "Senior, I want to know how strong Jiang Tianshu was when you were suppressed." "You want to know what happened?" King Qingguang frowned and looked at Ning Chi from head to toe. "Fine. Since you're a descendant of the ancient immortal clan, I'll tell you what happened." "Senior, please." Ning Chi cupped his hands. Jiang Bing's eyes also revealed a hint of curiosity. Qin Guangwang's eyes were filled with memories. That day, I was preparing to go out and find the monkey to drink tea. In the end, I met Jiang Tianshu. I didn't even get to say a word before I was suppressed here by that guy. Changing the topic, King Qingguang's eyes were filled with shame and anger. Ning Chi and Jiang Bing were both stunned. After that, I asked him why he wanted to suppress me, and he said that he was preparing to wage war against the ancient immortal race. So he suppressed me first, so that the 6 paths reincarnation I controlled wouldn't bring him any trouble. Tell me, what's going on? Just because I control the 6 paths of reincarnation, I should be suppressed like this? King Qingguang looked at Ning Chi and Jiang Bing and said angrily, "This is indeed a little unlucky. Ning Qi gave a hollow laugh. If King Qin Guangwang wasn't lying and put himself in Jiang Tianshu's shoes, he wouldn't just be unlucky, it was also child's play. The great battle of immortals and demons hadn't even started, yet he was already suppressed by Jiang Tianshu. If this were to spread, he would lose all his face. By the way, does Senior know what happened after that? Ning Qi asked. Of course I know. Jiang Tianshu would come here to see me every few days and tell me everything. After the great war of immortals and demons ended, the ancient immortal clan was suppressed. After that, Jiang Tianshu never came here again. He must have achieved his goal in this war and went to the legendary Godluo world, right? Wait, this king will go out and recover my cultivation. One day, I will take revenge. King Qin Guangwang sneered. Senior, if you leave this place, you should be able to regain control of the 6 paths of reincarnation, right? At that time, will you be able to find all the immortals who died? If you can, kill your way to the Tiandao clan and annihilate them all. Ning Qi said with anticipation. If I can regain control of the 6 paths of reincarnation, I should be able to find some of my fellow Taoists, but my soul was split into 3 parts by Jiang Tianshu, and I can't remember some things clearly. If I don't find the other 2 souls, I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything in a short period of time. King Qin Guangwang sighed. After being suppressed for so many years, my origin is almost exhausted. I don't know if I can recover my original cultivation. Then Senior's current cultivation is... Ning Qi was startled. My current peak is around the ancient state, just touching the threshold of the 3rd step. King Qin Guangwang glanced at himself and said, Only the ancient state. Ning Qi was slightly disappointed. If King Qin Guangwang was stronger than Huagu, he could directly kill his way to the Tiandao clan. After all, the strongest person in the Tiandao clan was only ancestor Huagu. Kid, what are you waiting for? Help me up. If we don't leave this place as soon as possible, when the dogs of the Tiandao clan arrive, we won't be able to leave. I'm fine, I won't die anyway, I can still wait for an opportunity, but you're different, understand? King Qin Guangwang glared at Ning Qi and said, Not long after, 3 figures appeared at the top of the 4-sided pagoda. King Qin Guangwang took a deep breath and looked around before he smiled. How many years has it been? I'm finally out. Senior, we are now in the secret realm. If we want to leave, we have to, Jiang Bing said hurriedly. However, before he could finish his sentence, the scene before them changed drastically. In the blink of an eye, Ning Qi and Jiang Bing found themselves back in the Samsara Palace and in front of the bronze mirror, as expected of a 3rd step supreme. Even though it's difficult for him to walk, his means are still beyond our reach. Jiang Bing looked at King Qin Guangwang in awe. This is Qin Guangking looked around, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Jiang Tianshu found a place like this to suppress me. How thoughtful of him. Senior, this is the underworld. Is it the underworld that you were in charge of? Ning Qi asked curiously. The underworld that I was in charge of was thousands of times bigger than this place. This place is just a small fragment of the reincarnation of myriad realms. I don't know what method Jiang Tianshu used to find it. No wonder he could suppress my cultivation so much. King Qin Guangwang sneered. A small fragment of the reincarnation of myriad realms? Ning Qi was stunned. King Qin Guangwang explained with a smile. Ning Qi then realized that not only the underworld, but even the human world, including the entire planet, was a fragment of the reincarnation of myriad realms. The mysterious power that suppressed everyone's cultivation originated from the reincarnation of myriad realms. It was not the heavenly axiom or Jiang Tianshu's doing as Ning Qi had thought. Duan, King Qin Guangwang's strength seemed to have recovered after being suppressed for a short while. He walked out of the Samsara Palace with vigorous steps. Ning Qi and Jiang Bing immediately followed him. As soon as they walked out of the gate of the Samsara Palace, 2 figures greeted them. Chapter 2792. Outside the gate of the Samsara hall, there were 3 figures closest to the gate. One of them was Long Fei, who was staring blankly at Ning Qi and the others. 2 others came forward to greet them. One was Patriarch Xianjian, and Ning Qi did not recognize the other. But judging from his cultivation, he seemed to be on par with Jiang Bing, even though he was suppressed in this place. In the outside world, he must be an immortal lord. Original body. Old ancestor mysterious sword and the other person cupped their hands and smiled at King Qingguang. King Qingguang looked at the 2 of them in surprise. Didn't Jiang Tianshu throw you into the myriad realms of samsara? We did, but we recovered our memories. Old ancestor mysterious sword smiled. At this moment, the existence standing beside old ancestor mysterious sword slowly walked towards King Qingguang. His figure suddenly turned into a stream of light and entered King Qingguang's body. In the next moment, King Qingguang's aura instantly increased by several times. Is that the master of the Samsara Hall that old ancestor Qiao mentioned? King Qingguang said that Jiang Tianshu extracted 2 of his souls. Could he be one of them? Then wouldn't old ancestor mysterious sword be? Ning Qi checked the other party's attributes the moment he entered King Qingguang's body. His eyes revealed a trace of shock. Beixian, Xianjian, sect will depend on you in the future. Old ancestor mysterious sword cupped his hands and sighed, then walked towards King Qingguang. Old ancestor, wait. Ning Qi stepped forward and stopped old ancestor mysterious sword. King Qingguang glanced at Ning Qi and did not speak. Are you King Qingguang's split soul? Ning Qi asked with a solemn expression. That's right. Old ancestor mysterious sword smiled. Then after today will you be dead or? Ning Qi said in a low voice. Dead. Of course I won't die. The 3 of us are one. I am King Qingguang and King Qingguang is me. Old ancestor mysterious sword laughed. Long Fei and the evil spirits that had not left were confused. They did not know who King Qingguang was, but from the way Ning Qi addressed the being in front of them as old ancestor, they could tell that their background must be extraordinary. After old man mysterious sword laughed, he nodded at Ning Qi and brushed past him. He turned into a stream of light and merged into King Qingguang's body. King Qingguang slowly closed his eyes. There seemed to be a black light circulating around his body. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he finally opened his eyes. At that moment, everyone seemed to feel a blinding white light flashing in front of their eyes. They couldn't help but cover their eyes. Ha! Jiang Tianshu definitely didn't expect that my King Qingguang's split soul would be able to recover the memories of his previous life even in the reincarnation realm. His little plan has failed. The corner of King Qingguang's mouth rose. Pausing for a moment, he said, Let's go. Let's leave this place. The Tiandao family's lackeys are about to arrive. I have to find a place to cultivate during this period of time. I can't meet them for the time being. Ning Qi thought for a moment and asked Jiang Bing, Is Jiang Yu here? Jiang Bing took out the All-Heaven talisman and glanced at it. He shook his head at Ning Qi and said, There's no news from Jiang Yu. He shouldn't be here yet. Senior, I have an enemy who might come here. I want to wait for him here. Are you going to wait for him here? King Qingguang frowned slightly. That's right. Ning Qi nodded. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? King Qingguang's lips moved as if he wanted to persuade Ning Qi. At this moment, a golden light descended from the sky and enveloped Ning Qi. At the same time, 9 marks faintly appeared on Ning Qi's body. Other than King Qingguang and Jiang Bing, no one else could see what the 9 marks were. Ning Qi's expression was solemn. Just as he was about to speak, his figure disappeared with a swoosh. Tiandao family's outer disciple trial? How is that possible? There should be a long time before the next trial. Why would the family open it in advance? Jiang Bing blurted out, "What trial?" King Qinguang frowned. Before he was imprisoned, he had never heard of the Tiandao family having an outer disciple trial. Jiang Bing hurriedly explained in a low voice. King Qinguang then came to a realization. Your Tiandao family has declined to this extent. Do you need to rely on this method to replenish new blood? This trial started without any warning. I'm afraid something has happened. Jiang Bing's expression was solemn. Looks like your Tiandao family knows that I've come out. Are you that afraid? You're as timid as a mouse. But that's good. Let's leave this place first. King Qinguang's lips curled into a smile. He grabbed Jiang Bing and disappeared from the underworld. Long Fei and the rest of the ghosts stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what had happened from beginning to end. A few ghosts whose cultivation was close to 10,000 years old immediately looked at the two immortal lord corpses in front of Long Fei. You guys want to fight? Want to try? Long Fei grinned. The aura on his body was extremely majestic. After devouring for a period of time, his cultivation had already broken through the 10,000-year limit. Seeing this, the ghosts immediately retracted their greedy gazes. They did not dare to look at Long Fei, including those who were once on the same level as Long Fei, because they knew that the current Long Fei was not someone they could deal with. Half a year later, a figure stepped out and appeared in front of a planet in the blink of an eye. He lowered his head and sized up the planet suspiciously. How did Ning Beixian get caught in the ghost realm? Why is Jiang Bing here? Jiang Yu? What are you doing here? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was slightly taken aback. He turned around and immediately saw a few famous immortal emperors in the clan. These people's cultivation was a level higher than his. What are you guys doing here? Jiang Yu asked doubtfully. We're the ones asking you now. This is an important place in the clan. Why did you come here without any orders? They looked at each other, and their eyes gradually revealed a trace of seriousness. They looked at Jiang Yu as if they were facing a great enemy. Jiang Yu immediately knew that the clansmen must have misunderstood something. Jiang Bing asked me to come here. He said that he's suppressing an enemy of mine here. Jiang Yu said calmly. Jiang Bing? He seems to be one of the immortal lords guarding this place. How could it be such a coincidence? The few of them had strange expressions. After a while, both parties exchanged information. Jiang Yu's face suddenly turned pale. Chapter 2793. Damn you, Ning Beixian! Jiang Yu cursed in his heart. He felt that Ning Qi had something to do with this. Otherwise, why would Jiang Bing use this reason to lure him here? After cursing, Jiang Yu started to feel uneasy. He and Jiang Hao had released Marshal Tianpeng, and now another ancient immortal at the third step had escaped. This was definitely not good news for the Tiandao family. Wait, two ancient immortals have escaped. In this case, the trial of the outer sect disciples must be carried out. Has it already started? Thinking of this, Jiang Yu immediately flew in the direction of the family. As for the planet, he had no interest in going there. Do you think this has anything to do with Jiang Yu? King Qin Guangwang is suppressed here. He's different from Marshal Tianpeng. He once controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. He's not an ordinary third-step cultivator. It should be a coincidence. Do you think Jiang Yu is a spy from the ancient immortal clans? Doesn't seem like it. Forget it. We'll report this to the Patriarch when we get back. For now, let's go see if King Qin Guangwang is out. What if we meet him by chance? Be careful. If we really meet him, we'll run for our lives. King Qin Guangwang has been suppressed for many years. He definitely doesn't have the tricks he used before. After discussing with each other for a while, they flew toward the planet. Tiandao family, be it the Jiang family or the other 8 families, the Tiandao family was very lively at this moment. Everyone was discussing the opening of the trial. During the last meeting, other than Patriarch Huagu, no one else had received any news. Therefore, when they found out that the trial would start in advance, they were naturally shocked. When something went against common sense, it usually meant that something big was about to happen. Jiang Yu, who had returned to the Jiang family, was informed of this matter as soon as possible. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. In this case, he only needed to wait for the trials to end. At that time, all the surviving outer disciples would appear before the 9 clans for them to choose from. Where is this place? Ning Qi found that he had appeared in a small wooden house. When he walked out of the small wooden house, he found that there were many wooden houses like this one on the street. At this moment, there were countless existences standing in front of the wooden houses with shocked expressions. Everyone looked at each other, and their gazes gradually became vigilant. The 9 marks from before were the marks of the Tiandao family. My appearance here must be due to the means of the Tiandao family. I wonder if it has anything to do with Jiang Yu. Ning Qi thought to himself. At the same time, he realized that his cultivation had completely recovered to the golden, immortal, great circle. While he was sizing them up, he realized that all of them had the same cultivation level as him. They were all golden immortals, ranging from early stage to full circle. None of them were heavens. There were no grand heavenly immortals either. Where is this place? Who are you? I remember that I was refining pills just now. How did I end up here in the blink of an eye? Which senior is joking? Wait, when you came here before, did you see anything unusual? Phenomenon? Yes. A brand has appeared in front of me. You're Dao? I have 2 marks. I have 3 marks. Everyone's faces were filled with shock as they exchanged what they knew. Ning Qi didn't say anything and just listened quietly. He discovered that among this group of people, the highest number of marks was only 3. There wasn't a single person who had 9 marks like him. Everyone, I think we should be honest. Only then will we know where this place is. Did these marks help you before? Indeed, my cultivation speed has increased a lot. Once, when I was about to die from an enemy, the marks appeared and helped me once. I think we've been chosen by a sect. These marks should be the token of that sect. Now that you mention it, I kind of agree. If it's really a sect that chose us, then wouldn't it be old ancestor Tai who captured so many golden immortals here? If that's really the case, that's great. But I don't know why they captured us and brought us here. This place seems to be a small town. Very soon, after everyone had calmed down, they dispersed in all directions, intending to see what kind of place this was. Fellow Taoist, how should I address you? A man and a woman approached Ning Qi. The man's cultivation was at the peak of Golden Immortal, while the woman's cultivation was 1 level lower at the late stage of Golden Immortal. Wu Yin. Ning Qi smiled. He didn't know if Jiang Yu would be here, so he would not reveal his real name. Fellow Taoist Wu Yin, I'm Yu Tianlan, and this is my chess piece Su Chuling. Yu Tianlan smiled. Su Chuling also smiled at Ning Qi and nodded. I don't know what dangers there are here. Brother Wu, you look kind. Why don't the 3 of us go together to deal with unknown dangers? Yu Tianlan said with a smile. Okay. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Seeing that Ning Qi agreed, Yu Tianlan's smile became wider. Soon, the 3 of them walked to the end of the town, where countless golden immortals had already arrived. At this moment, everyone was looking outside with a solemn expression. Outside the town, 3 golden immortals were working together to fight a ferocious beast. Seeing this, Yu Tianlan quickly asked the golden immortals around him for information. Brother, what's going on? The golden immortal said with a solemn face. Just now, 2 fellow Taoists have died in the hands of this evil beast. As it turned out, a total of 5 gold immortals had walked out of the town, only for the ferocious beast to appear out of thin air and bite 2 of them to death on the spot. The other 3 were only able to react in time and unleash their own techniques to fight the ferocious beast. Ning Qi watched for a while and found that the 3 golden immortals were all at the peak of Golden Immortal. The means they used and the combat strength they showed were much stronger than ordinary peak golden immortals. They should be the talents of the golden immortals. Even if they were not on the list of golden immortals, they were not far from it. But when the three of them joined forces, they were suppressed by the evil beast as if they would be defeated at any time. Go! Suddenly, a peak golden immortal shouted. There was a burst of golden light in front of them, blocking the evil beast for a breath of time. Then, the three of them fled back into the town. The golden immortals suddenly looked serious, ready to fight the evil beast at any time. However, the evil beast just walked back and forth outside the town. It glanced at them coldly and disappeared into thin air with a bang. What the hell is going on? Chapter 2794. Who is that? Could it be the senior who brought us here? The group of golden immortals raised their heads in unison. When their gazes landed on the figure, they were filled with awe and bewilderment. The figure's face was rather blurry, as if he had used some sort of technique to conceal his appearance. However, everyone could sense a hint of disdain and arrogance from the other party when he looked at them. You must be curious as to why you're here, right? The figure said calmly. Please enlighten us, senior. A young, perfected golden immortal who looked no more than 15 or 16 years of age cupped his fists. His voice was filled with vigor. The other golden immortals could not help but show a hint of wariness in their eyes when they saw this. They guessed that the young man was very young. There were not many perfected golden immortals this young, even in the immortal realm. I remember you. You're Lu Shufan, right? The figure's gaze seemed to have landed on the young golden immortal. Lu Shufan's eyes flickered slightly. He cupped his fists and said, Senior, I am indeed Lu Shufan. Although he did not show it on the surface, Lu Shufan was secretly delighted. If the other party knew his name, it meant that his talent had caught the other party's eye. This unfathomable senior actually knows this person's name. The eyes of many golden immortals flickered with jealousy. Your talent is considered the best among you golden immortals, but it's still unknown whether you can complete the trial and reach the final step. The place you're in right now is an extremely mysterious secret realm. There are countless natural treasures in this secret realm, and the cultivation resources here are more than what you can find outside the immortal realm. If you're lucky enough, the benefits you'll obtain will far exceed your imagination. However, luck comes with risk. You've seen that beast just now. It's something we've raised specifically for the purpose of testing your strength. As long as you take half a step out of the town, you'll be attacked by the beast. However, you'll be safe inside the town. Safe inside the town? How is this a test for us? A hint of doubt appeared in everyone's eyes. Lu Shufan's eyes shone brightly. He knew that the other party hadn't finished speaking. You have 500 to 600 gold immortals here, but we only need 10. When there are only 10 gold immortals left in this town, you will all be sent to another training ground. With that, his figure disappeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone was a little shocked. After pondering over the other party's words, vigilant looks appeared on their faces. They stepped aside, not daring to get too close to the others. The other party had made it very clear that they only wanted 10 golden immortals. As for the rest, they would either have to die or leave the town. However, if they left the town, they would have to face those ferocious beasts. Who knew how many ferocious beasts there were? If there were 10 or 100 of them, even if they joined forces, they would still suffer heavy casualties. Since this group of evil beasts was raised by the other party with the other party's goal, they would not let them leave this place easily. Perhaps leaving this town would only lead to death. Cough, cough! Lu Shufan cleared his throat and glanced at everyone. I believe everyone understands what that senior meant. How about this? Early golden immortal Taoists leave the town first. There were 500 to 600 golden immortals in the town, and early golden immortals accounted for at least 60%. As long as they left the town, the number of golden immortals in the town would be greatly reduced. The ferocious beasts outside are so strong. If we leave, won't we die to them? That's right. There must be another way. The early golden immortals objected one after another. They looked at Lu Shufan with a hint of killing intent in their eyes. How could an existence that was marked by the heavenly Tao family's ancient ancestor be easy to deal with? Their talents were far superior to those of the same level. They would not be afraid of Lu Shufan just because he was a few levels higher than them. If worst comes to worst, they would all work together to suppress Lu Shufan. At this moment, a few perfected golden immortals also spoke up. Before things are settled, don't kill each other. There were more than 20 perfected golden immortals in the town. If only 10 remained according to the other party's request, then every perfected golden immortal would be in danger of being eliminated. They naturally did not want things to develop too quickly. No matter what, they had to give them some time to digest and polish. Yu Tianlan's expression was a little ugly. He subconsciously held Su Chuling in his arms. Su Chuling was only at the late stage of golden immortal. If things really developed in the direction that the other party said, Su Chuling was likely to be driven out of the town. So what do you think we should do? Lu Shufan smiled faintly and looked at the perfected golden immortals. At this moment, a few golden immortals in the great circle of golden immortals silently approached Lu Shufan and stood together with him. Seeing this, everyone's expression turned ugly. It was obvious that the other party was planning to form a temporary small group with Lu Shufan as the leader. This way, Lu Shufan's authority in the town would be greater. To rise, the perfected golden immortals looked at each other with a somewhat solemn expression. One of them said, I think the other party treats us as goo worms and uses the method of raising goo worms to test us. I think it's better for everyone to join forces and leave the town. Don't be led by the nose by the other party. That's right. Yu Tianlan nodded and echoed. Then he looked down at Su Chuling and transmitted his voice. Don't worry, you'll be fine with me here. After saying that, he subconsciously glanced at Ning Qi and found that Ning Qi's expression was very calm. His eyes became more and more solemn. Su Chuling nodded slightly, but there was still a trace of worry in her eyes. What a joke! Lu Shufan sneered. The senior has already made it clear that the 10 golden immortals left here will be sent to another trial place. All of us leave here? How are we going to go to that trial place? As soon as he finished speaking, 10 beams of white light suddenly fell from the sky. Everyone's expression suddenly became extremely solemn. After the white light disappeared, 10 blood-stained figures appeared one after another. Ha ha ha! We did it! We finally did it! The 10 people looked at each other and burst into laughter. Their laughter was filled with surprise and relief. However, when they saw the situation nearby, their laughter stopped abruptly and their eyes gradually became dull. Golden immortals? So many golden immortals? Didn't the senior say that we would go to the next trial place? Why is it such a small town? Why is there a group of golden immortals? Chapter 2795. The expressions of the overjoyed heaven immortals gradually froze. After being questioned by Lu Shufan, one of them carefully told Lu Shufan everything that had happened to them. Sure enough, just like Ning Qi and the others, they too came to a small town, and someone told them that only 10 people could stay in the town. In the end, they joined forces and killed or chased away the rest, leaving only 10 of them behind. Then they were brought here by a white light. Lu Shufan, look. If we do as that senior says, we'll be teleported to a group of Grand Luo as well. Won't we be at their mercy then? A perfected golden immortal sneered. There was a thoughtful look in Lu Shufan's eyes. The other golden immortals who had planned to fight the other golden immortals with him were now uncertain. Aren't we stuck in a dilemma? Do we have to face a group of Grand Luo or the vicious beasts outside? An early-stage golden immortal said indignantly, Don't tell me you've forgotten what that senior said just now. There are many treasures of heaven and earth in this mystery realm. He's hinting to us that it's useless to stay in this town. The treasures of heaven and earth won't be here, but outside. Yu Tianlan said. That senior said it's a trial, but we can't be sure if it's true. Either way, I suggest that we don't fight each other before this. A perfected golden immortal said. How about this? We'll go out and see what's going on with the vicious beasts here. If there's only one of them, we should be able to kill it with everyone's combined efforts. Lu Shufan said. The others looked at each other. It was a good suggestion, but who would go out and test it? Ning Qi had been watching calmly from the sidelines and had turned to leave when Lu Shufan made the suggestion. He had no intention of getting involved, no matter what the Heavenly Dao clan was up to. He would wait until he returned to the wooden hut to see if he could enter a top-grade cultivation training ground. If he could, he would exchange the Mahist's mechanisms, repair the puppets, and see what he could trade for with the remaining 7 million or so merit points. There were also the 4 spatial rings that contained the immortal emperor's wealth, and there might be treasures that could help him ascend to Grand Luo. Hold on, sir. Lu Shufan frowned and called out to Ning Qi. The other golden immortals looked at Ning Qi as well. Is something the matter? Ning Qi stopped and looked at Lu Shufan with a smile. Sir, your cultivation base isn't weak. You're a perfected golden immortal. There are hundreds of golden immortals here, but there are only slightly more than 20 people at our level. I suggest that we band together and go out to investigate. Lu Shufan smiled. At this moment, the other perfected golden immortal sneered as well. You turned and left the moment you said you wanted to investigate. Are you planning to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Ning Qi with unfriendly eyes. Whether you plan to go out or stay in the town, it has nothing to do with me. Do I need you to judge what I do? Ning Qi's lips curled up slightly. Damn it. Heaven and earth furnace. The perfected stage golden immortal was already suppressing his anger. When he heard Ning Qi's impolite words, he immediately flew into a rage and formed a seal with both hands. A furnace burning with endless immortal flames instantly appeared above Ning Qi's head and pressed down on him. Heaven and earth furnace? So this guy is the pride of Langya Immortal Domain's Bailey clan? What do you mean? Heaven and earth furnace is the famous immortal art of Langya Immortal Domain's Bailey clan. Although it's only a grade 5, as long as one cultivates the Bailey clan's cultivation technique, even a golden immortal can fully unleash the power of this grade 5 immortal art. That's why the Bailey clan's golden immortals, no matter how poor their talent is, are still better than ordinary golden immortals. I see. When the surrounding golden immortals saw this, their eyes were filled with solemnity and fear. As for the 10 heavenly immortals, they shrunk their necks, afraid that they would be affected by the battle. You're courting death. In an instant, Ning Qi opened the 9 inner hidden gates. With a light stomp of his foot, he shot out like a cannonball and shattered the opponent's heaven and earth furnace. In the next moment, his figure disappeared in midair, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the perfected golden immortal. The other party was stunned. He had boasted that even 10 ordinary perfected golden immortals would have to treat this move with caution. How did his opponent break it with a single move? Smack! Ning Qi slammed his opponent's head into his chest, and then turned to leave without looking back. The perfected golden immortal's soul was shattered by that palm strike, and his corpse fell to the ground. The other golden immortals present could not help but gasp at the sight, not daring to stand in Ning Qi's way anymore. Wherever Ning Qi passed, the crowd would subconsciously make way for him. This guy is quite strong. Lu Shufan looked at Ning Qi silently and thought to himself. There was a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. Before this, he had thought that he was the strongest golden immortal in the town, but now it seemed that Ning Qi was on par with him. In truth, if he had known that Ning Qi's fist could easily kill a zenith heaven, and that he had used all his trump cards and the immortal slaying sword formation could slay a mystic immortal. He would not have dared to compare himself to Ningqi. A few breaths later, Yu Tianlan turned and left with Su Chuling, and a group of golden immortals left one after another, returning to their respective wooden houses. Let's take our time. A perfected golden immortal looked at Lu Shufan and said, let's discuss it again. There's no hurry. Lu Shufan nodded faintly. If he did not deal with Ningqi, he would not be able to get the highest command, which would not do him any good in the current situation. So, Lu Shufan decided to put the matter aside. Brother Wu, that punch and palm of yours just now were really amazing. Yu Tianlan caught up with Ningqi with Su Chuling, a trace of shock still lingering in their eyes. It's just a small trick. Please excuse me. Ningqi smiled. Yu Tianlan and Su Chuling looked at each other, then suddenly looked very serious and said to Ningqi with cupped hands, Brother Wu, in your opinion, what should we do next in our current situation? Either stay in the town or leave it. Is there any other way to go other than these two? Ningqi asked. That's true, but there was a hint of helplessness on Yu Tianlan's face. At this moment, Ningqi had already walked to the front of the wooden house. He smiled and cupped his hands at the two, then turned and entered the wooden house. Husband, this man is very strong, definitely no weaker than Lu Shufan. But Lu Shufan looks arrogant and conceited. Why don't we wait in the town and advance and retreat side by side with this man? Su Chuling transmitted her voice to Yu Tianlan. Chapter 2796. Top-notch training ground. I didn't screw up after all. Ningqi smiled happily. Although his situation wasn't too dangerous, it wasn't too safe either. Who knew how many people the Tiandao clan had brought in for this trial? Since there were even heaven immortals, there might be mystic immortals, Tai true immortals, and even immortal lords. For the sake of his life, Ningqi had to plan ahead and increase his strength. At the very least, he had a trump card that could protect his life here. With a thought, Ningqi arrived at the Dragon Slaying Mall's Merit Tower and walked all the way to the 5th floor. System, I want exchange for the Mahist mechanism art. Ningqi smiled. Mahist mechanism art. Exchange price 100,000 merit points. Host, are you sure you want exchange? Once exchanged, there is no going back. Yes. The next moment, Ningqi realized that his merit points had been deducted by 100,000, leaving him with about 7,660,000 merit points. He calculated that this amount of merit points was enough to exchange for half of the immortal arts on this floor. However, he didn't need that many immortal arts. He shouldn't bite off more than he could chew. Other than the imprisonment dragon elephant art and the 9 hell tempering art, he had yet to reach the pinnacle. Now that he had exchanged for the Mahist mechanism art, he had no time to cultivate other immortal arts. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Mahist mechanism art. Host, do you want to learn it now? I can learn it directly? Ningqi was slightly stunned. You can learn the immortal arts in the Merit Tower directly and use merit points to exchange for the realm of the immortal arts. The system notification sounded. Ningqi opened his mouth and remained silent for 5 to 6 breaths of time. If he hadn't exchanged for the Mahist mechanism art, he definitely wouldn't have had the chance to know this. If his cultivation was higher and he could open a higher floor, wouldn't he be able to use merit points to exchange for the 9th level immortal arts? Compared to the Dragon Slaying Mall, the function of the Merit Tower was obviously more profound and of a much higher level. Learn it, Ningqi said. Ding! Congratulations on successfully cultivating the first chapter of the Mahist mechanism art. Along with the system notification, many memories appeared in Ningqi's mind. They weren't empty memories. Instead, they gave off the feeling that he had truly experienced the process and mastered the technique. The Mahist mechanism art is indeed profound. Ningqi closed his eyes for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before he opened them and let out a sigh. The first chapter of the Mo clan's engineering technique didn't have much content, but it was all very important. It could be said that without the content of the first chapter, even if one learned the later methods, they wouldn't have any achievements. In this first chapter, there were a total of 10 methods to create puppets, and one of them was the blood puppet. Ning Qi was the most shocked. The method of creating this kind of blood puppet was extremely evil. It was to directly use a living body to refine a puppet, and it could also guarantee the integrity of the soul. It would retain all of its original memories, but it would obey the orders of existence that refined the puppet. Besides that, the Mo clan's mechanism arts also introduced almost 10,000 types of spirit materials that could be refined into puppets. Merely this alone allowed Ning Qi's knowledge to expand greatly, and the contents of the first chapter were entirely capable of allowing Ning Qi to become renowned puppeteer in the immortal dimension. Blood-maned. This method should be used by the Mo family to deal with their enemies. Ning Qi murmured to himself. With a slight thought, the primordial unity puppet that he had casually taken away, but had already been destroyed, appeared in front of Ning Qi. I didn't expect you to be the Mo clan's sect-protecting puppet. If you could completely repair it, it wouldn't just be a primordial unity, it would be equivalent to the peak of primordial unity. Existences like Reverend Jiao could be easily killed by you. Ning Qi looked at the puppet and sighed. The first chapter of the Mo clan's mechanism arts introduced many kinds of puppets, and this one was one of them. It could be regarded as an evolved branch of the blood puppet. The Mo clan's mechanism arts puppet was usually the body of an extremely powerful immortal who died in battle. Coupled with the mechanism arts and some kind of secret technique, it could be cultivated on its own and had a completely independent soul. Only when the three were combined could it be refined. If he hadn't learned the first chapter of the Mo clan's mechanism arts, who would have known that the puppet in front of him was once a living almighty? 10 minutes later, after Ning Qi's inspection, he had a rough idea of the puppet's damage. First of all, the most important soul was probably destroyed by someone a long time ago. Having lost its soul, its strength was only at the peak of the Xian immortal realm. Then the mechanism arts part was destroyed by Xian Yuan Zhongtian last time. To restore the puppet's full strength, Ning Qi needed to repair the damage in its body. At the same time, he needed to use the Mo clan's secret technique to cultivate a soul that was compatible with it. Apart from that, some of the parts that were not damaged were a little old due to the long time. Their power was not as great as before, and the formations on them were a little blurry. They needed to be redrawn and replaced. This would be a very large project. Moreover, the premise was that Ning Qi had to learn the 7th chapter of the Mo clan's mechanism arts, which taught how to cultivate a suitable soul for the puppet. The Mo clan's secret technique is suitable for the puppet's formations, materials, and techniques. Not a single one of these can be omitted. No wonder even the Taichu Chamber of Commerce couldn't find a master who could repair this sect-protecting puppet. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. Then he began to look up the detailed attributes of the Mo clan's mechanism arts to see how many merit points were needed to learn it to the highest level. The Mo clan's mechanism arts had a total of 9 chapters. Learning each chapter required 100,000 merit points, which was equivalent to the price of exchanging for the first chapter. Ning Qi only needed to spend another 800,000 merit points to learn all of them. If he learned the 9th chapter, he could completely refine a puppet with the cultivation of an immortal emperor. However, the spiritual materials needed would be extremely terrifying. It was not much less than cultivating an immortal emperor. Many of the spiritual materials were also very rare and had a price, but no market. System. I've learned the remaining 8 chapters. You can deduct the merit points as you see fit. Ning Qi thought in his heart. After the system deducted 800,000 merit points, Ning Qi's mind was instantly filled with a huge amount of memories. These memories even exceeded the memories that Ning Qi had over the years by several times. It was as if Ning Qi's mind had been injected with the knowledge of an old senior's mechanism arts. All of the memories and insights. After more than half a year, Ning Qi was completely digested. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Chapter 2797. However, if I hadn't killed the 4 suppressed immortal emperors of the Jiang family in the underworld, I probably wouldn't have been able to gather 900,000 merit points even after many years. Ning Qi was well aware of this. If Old Man Mysterious Sword had not given him any clues and led him to the place where King Qinguang was suppressed, he would not have even been able to gather 100,000 merit points, let alone 900,000. I still have more than 8 million merit points. I can choose some practical immortal arts from here. Once the puppet is repaired, having made up his mind, Ning Qi immediately took out the cosmos rings of the 4 immortal emperors, intending to see if there were any ready-made spiritual materials that he could use. The wealth of the 4 immortal emperors was still very generous to Ning Qi. With a cursory glance, Ning Qi found 7 or 8 supreme-grade Dao items. Any one of them could be sold for a large number of heavenly coins, which would be of great help in repairing the puppet, as expected of immortal emperors. If these pills and resources were used on Lung Ming and the others, their cultivation would improve significantly in a short period of time. I'll make a trip back to the ancestral star once I leave this place, just as Ning Qi was fiddling with the spoils of war in the top-grade cultivation training ground and preparing to repair the puppet. The town outside gradually became restless. Have you gone in to take a look? There's no one. Lu Shufan frowned slightly. Around him stood a dozen perfected golden immortals. Apart from a few, the rest had agreed to temporarily follow Lu Shufan's orders. One of the perfected golden immortals nodded. I personally went to take a look yesterday. I'm sure there's no one inside. This town is only so big. If he left, we would have sensed it. He should still be in the town. Lu Shufan frowned. That's right. If he left the town, he would encounter vicious beasts. Doesn't the absence of vicious beasts prove that no one has left? Then where did he go? We've searched everywhere. Could it be that he has some other tricks up his sleeves and was sent to another trial ground? Someone asked suspiciously. Brother Lu, he may be powerful, but we can easily kill him if we join forces. Why take it to heart? Tell us if you have any suggestions. We'll work together and do our best to solve this problem. One of them frowned. Some people didn't quite understand why Lu Shufan valued Ning Qi so much. After all, this was a trial ground. Even if the other party was strong, he couldn't possibly fight 100 people alone. As long as they joined forces to solve the current predicament, it would be fine. There was no need to waste too much energy on Ning Qi. What they did not understand was that Lu Shufan had already regarded Ning Qi as a formidable opponent in his heart. He knew his own battle prowess very well. Even though he was not at the level of the top 10 on the Golden Immortal leaderboard, he was not far from it. Moreover, this was the trial ground. As long as he succeeded in the trial, it was very likely that he would become fellow disciples of the same sect. With this in mind, Lu Shufan didn't want to act blindly without knowing what Ning Qi was thinking. He was afraid that he would fall behind Ning Qi. To him, it was best for Ning Qi to join his small group and advance and retreat together. In this way, if there were benefits, everyone would benefit, and if there were disadvantages, they would bear it together. Let's do it like I said before. Drive all the early-stage Golden Immortals out of town. At the same time, we'll take a look at the vicious beasts and see if there are any changes to the Golden Immortals who walk out. Lu Shufan said lightly. Everyone looked at each other and was a little silent. After a full 5 or 6 breaths of time, a perfected Golden Immortal said, If that's the case, I'm afraid that even the late-stage Golden Immortals will stand on their side. If they attack together, are we confident that we won't get hurt? Haha, I know them. As long as the fire doesn't burn them, they won't stand out on their own. If someone does, I'll just suppress them with the force of thunder. Lu Shufan's eyes revealed a faint trace of mockery. Hearing this, everyone thought for a while and nodded in agreement. They also wanted to know if the early-stage Golden Immortals would encounter the same vicious beasts when they walked out of the town. At the entrance of the town, "Seniors, please give us a way out. We'll definitely die if we leave this place," the 10 Heaven Immortals begged bitterly. Lu Shufan did not test it on the Golden Immortals first. After all, there were 10 Heaven Immortals here. It was just right to use them to test the waters. "Walk out, and you might have a chance of survival. If you don't leave, I'll have to deal with you personally." Lu Shufan smiled. Many Golden Immortals hid in the distance, watching the scene with flickering eyes. They had already smelled danger, but no one dared to stand up against Lu Shufan because there were more than 10 perfected Golden Immortals in Lu Shufan's group. Whoever stood up would definitely be suppressed by thunder. "Darling, if this goes on, I'm afraid there will be chaos here," Su Chuling said worriedly. Yu Tianlan nodded with a sullen face. "That's right." Thinking of Ning Qi quietly disappearing, Yu Tianlan's heart became heavier. The 10 Heaven Immortals, who were forced by Lu Shufan, looked at each other and walked out of the town with livid faces. Their eyes were full of resentment and unwillingness, and at the same time, some regret. They had spent a lot of physical and mental strength to stand out from that small town. They didn't expect that they would still be cannon fodder in this place. If they had known this would happen, why did they do it? Soon, the 10 Heaven Immortals walked out of the town. The Golden Immortals, led by Lu Shufan, all stared at them. Roar! The ferocious beast that had appeared once again appeared out of thin air, swallowing the 10 Heaven Immortals into its belly without giving them any time to react. Lu Shufan said with a somber expression, "Judging by its aura, it's the same one from back then. It seems that Heaven Immortals, early-stage Golden Immortals, or full-fledged Golden Immortals will run into it as long as they walk out of the town. It's easier to handle if there's only one." One of the Golden Immortals mused. "Come on, let's go out and see how many of these ferocious beasts there are," Lu Shufan suddenly said. Everyone looked at each other, but no one was willing. "As long as we're careful with our strength, we can escape unscathed even if we face a ferocious beast." "Why are you so afraid?" Lu Shufan frowned. "Let's give it a try then. Let's give it a try. The spirit chi here is very thin, and I don't want to stay here any longer. It would be best if we could leave this town." One of the full-fledged Golden Immortals nodded. As for the 10 spots, he didn't want them at all. The fate of the 10 Heaven Immortals just now had proved that staying in the town was a dead end. If they were really sent to a group of Grand Luo, they would become cannon fodder as well. Soon, with Lu Shufan in the lead, the dozen or so full-fledged Golden Immortals walked out of the town. Everyone was instantly nervous. Roar! A ferocious beast appeared out of thin air. Roar! Another ferocious beast had appeared. Chapter 2798. The two beasts stood at the entrance of the town, growling deeply before disappearing without a trace after a while. The expressions of Lu Shufan and the other Golden Immortals were extremely solemn. This had already proved that the number of ferocious beasts was definitely not just one. 2 ferocious beasts had appeared out of 10 Golden Immortals. If there were 15 Golden Immortals, wouldn't there be 3 ferocious beasts? "Brother Lu, this isn't going to be easy." One of the Golden Immortals sighed. The beasts were simply too powerful. Under the pincer attack of 2 beasts, a perfected Golden Immortal could not fight back at all. Is that the only way out? Lu Shufan frowned deeply. Over the next few days, Lu Shufan and the others made a decision to drive the Golden Immortals out of the town in batches. They felt that rather than waiting for death, they might as well fight and not be teleported to a group of Grand Luo. "You're too vicious. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. And you'll be driven out of the town sooner or later. If you don't join forces now, you'll end up like us." A dozen early-stage golden immortals left the town with bitter looks on their faces. Once outside, they unleashed their strongest moves and fled in all directions, trying to see if they could escape the beast siege. Lu Shufan and the others stood at the entrance of the town and watched the scene unfold calmly. They had picked 15 early-stage golden immortals this time to test if they could use 5 people as a benchmark. Roar! The beasts roared again. 3 figures appeared out of thin air and chased after the fleeing early-stage golden immortals. Cries of agony resounded throughout the town, and some of the early-stage golden immortals were still caught and killed by the beasts even though they had run far away. Lu Shufan's expression did not change during this period. A few days later, another group of early-stage golden immortals were driven out of the town by Lu Shufan and the others. Gradually, the atmosphere in the town became more tense. Many early-stage golden immortals were no longer scattered, and instead joined forces to fight Lu Shufan and the others. There were even mid-stage and late-stage golden immortals joining them. At the entrance of the wooden hut, Yu Tianlan and his wife stood together, their expressions rather solemn. "Husband, if this goes on, I'm afraid there will be an unavoidable war," Su Chuling said worriedly. Yu Tianlan hugged her shoulder and said lightly, "If we don't get involved, I don't think anyone will be stupid enough to deal with us." As he spoke, a late golden immortal came forward and probed, "Would the 2 of you be willing to join our team?" "My wife and I will not participate in your fight." Yu Tianlan shook her head. The man turned around and left in disappointment. Halfway through, he stopped and said to Yu Tianlan, "In the end, you'll have no choice. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Yu Tianlan smiled. Top-level cultivation training ground. Ning Qi had already replaced the damaged parts of the puppet with better spiritual materials. These spiritual materials came from the cosmos rings left behind by the 4 immortal emperors. A small amount of them were directly purchased from the Dragon Slaying Mall, and some were bought from the All Heavens Forum. 90% of the time was used to prepare spiritual materials, and only 10% of the time was used to repair it. By the time the mechanism technique was repaired, the sect protector puppet had regained the power it had when it was in Venerable Jiao's hands. It was equivalent to a Xian immortal in the great perfection. Ning Qi was naturally not satisfied with such a power. His goal was to completely repair the puppet to its peak, the Tai True immortal in the great perfection, heavenly crystal water and ghost spirit. As long as I can find these 2 things, I can cultivate a loyal soul with the Mahist secret technique. I wonder if these 2 things are easy to find. Ning Qi pondered for a moment. Then he picked up the All-Heaven Talisman and directly sent a message to Apricot Blossom Drizzle, asking if the Taichu Chamber of Commerce had these 2 things. After about a day or so, there was a reply from the other side. Apricot Blossom Drizzle, what do you want these 2 things for? The heavenly crystal water is a divine water born from the essence of heaven and earth. It can bring the dead back to life. It is said that if you pour it on a dead body, it can bring the dead back to life. It is very rare. And ghost spirit, they are full of resentment. After they die, their souls remain in the immortal realm. They lose their consciousness and become evil spirits that only know how to kill. It is also difficult to find them. Blue Water Star, Taichu Chamber of Commerce. Xingyue looked at the All-Heaven Talisman in her hand with a strange expression. She muttered to herself, "This guy is still alive, and he wants these 2 special things. What is he doing?" The heavenly crystal water and the soul spirit seemed like 2 completely different things. As the president of the Taichu Chamber of Commerce here, Xingyue was extremely knowledgeable. Ordinary immortals could not hope to match up to her. Yet she had not guessed Ning Qi's intentions. The top cultivation training ground. She knows about these 2 things. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. "The king sent me to patrol the mountain. Since you know about these 2 things, it's easy. Does the Taichu Chamber of Commerce have them in stock?" Apricot Blossom Drizzle, tell me what you use them for. I can help you find them in stock. The king sent me to patrol the mountain. This is a secret. Isn't it against the rules to ask a customer's secret? Apricot blossom drizzle. These two things are very expensive. Even if you have them, you may not be able to afford them. If you can tell me what you use them for, I can sell them to you at a discount. The king sent me to patrol the mountain. No sincerity. I'll post on the forums. If the price is right, someone will be willing to sell them to me. After sending the message, Ning Qi made a post on the All Heavens forum. Looking to buy heavenly crystal water and ghost spirit. Price is negotiable as long as you have them. As soon as this post appeared, there were dozens of replies. Opie, what are these two things? How come I've never heard of them? You want to buy them to refine pills? I do, but you need to give me a deposit first. If you're interested, please message me in private. Ning Qi ignored these replies. Those who really had these two things would definitely send him a private message. He just had to wait. After half a day, another private message came. Apricot blossom drizzle. There's news from headquarters. They have heavenly crystal water and ghost spirit. I've asked them to send them to me. If you tell me what they're used for, I'll give them to you for free. Free for me? Ning Qi smiled and casually replied, when you send me these two things and I see your sincerity, I'll consider whether or not to tell you. After this message, Apricot blossom drizzle didn't reply again. Ning Qi thought that the other party was angry. He smiled and didn't care. Chapter 2799. Ning Qi looked at the porcelain bottles in surprise. He had not expected the other party to actually deliver them to him. He was the first to open the first porcelain bottle. With a glance, he confirmed that it was indeed sky crystal water. Then he opened the second porcelain bottle, and a roar came from within. Ning Qi calmly closed the lid of the porcelain bottle. With such resentment, there was no doubt that it was the spirit of a spirit, and the quality was quite good. Hi! When this spirit was alive, it could be a Xian immortal stage immortal. If he had not learned the Mahist mechanism technique, Ning Qi would not have been able to recognize these two items, let alone distinguish between real and fake. The king sent me to patrol the mountain. It's real and the quality is good. That year, apricot blossom drizzle. What's the use? The king sent me to patrol the mountain. To repair the puppet, the one you sold to Taoist Jiao. That year, apricot blossom drizzle. You lied to me? The king sent me to patrol the mountain. If you want to know its use, I've already told you. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. I have to go now. Goodbye. Blue Water Planet, Lake Heart Island, Taichu Chamber of Commerce. Xingyue stood up angrily. In her opinion, Ning Qi had just found an excuse to brush her off. With her authority, it was not difficult for her to get these two items, but it was still a favor for him in exchange for a perfunctory excuse. How could she not be angry? Miss, what's wrong? Li Li asked curiously. He had never seen Xingyue so angry. Xingyue snorted coldly and told him what had happened. In the end, she said, this is a puppet passed down from the ancient Mahis family. Even the master blacksmiths of our Taichu Chamber of Commerce can't repair it. How dare he say he wants to repair it with the heavenly crystal water and the spirits of ghosts? Damn it. Li Li's expression was serious. Miss, maybe he's telling the truth? What? Xingyue was stunned. She looked at Li Li. You believe his nonsense? I'd rather believe it than not. Whether it's true or not, if he really succeeds in repairing it, perhaps it won't be long before we receive the news. An existence that can repair the Mo clan's puppet is of great value to our Taichu Chamber of Commerce. I remember that there are 2 special puppets in the warehouse of the club. The cultivation of this puppet at its peak might not be lower than that of a celestial lord. Li Li said in a deep voice. Xingyue pondered for a moment before nodding. That's true. If the other party really has a secret technique to repair puppets, It's not a big deal to give him the heavenly crystal water and the ghost spirit for free. 1 year later, this was the time spent in the top-grade cultivation field. Ningqi had already used a secret technique to fuse the heavenly crystal water and the spirit soul together, turning them into a small ball of white light that hovered in front of Ningqi. Within the white light, Ningqi could sense a vigorous life force. Another year passed, and a figure seemed to be faintly discernible in the white light. Just like a baby, this figure would also grow with the passage of time. 5 years later, the figure in the white light was very clear. It had grown from a baby to an 18-year-old. Ningqi looked at the fire and felt it was about time. He forced a drop of blood from between his eyebrows into the white light. Suddenly, the white light was dyed red, and the two colors were muddy. In the end, they all merged into the figure. The figure slowly opened its eyes and looked at Ningqi. At this moment, Ningqi seemed to feel that he was connected to this figure. Go. Ningqi pointed at the puppet. The palm-sized figure that was like a divine soul flew into the puppet. After about 5 breaths of time, the puppet slowly opened its eyes. They were no longer dull, but filled with intelligence. Ningqi's thoughts moved, and he understood what was so special about the cult protector puppet. Everything it had seen was like a dream to Ningqi. He could also see everything it saw, and he did not need to speak at all. He could directly convey his thoughts. It's like an incarnation. Ningqi smiled. Yes. The puppet smiled faintly. Have you recovered your strength to its peak? Ningqi asked with a smile. Already at its peak. The guardian puppet slowly raised its arm and hit the void in the distance with its palm. The space instantly collapsed and was destroyed. The power of this palm was enough to turn Venerable Jiao and the others into ashes. Good. Ningqi laughed loudly. With this guardian puppet, his trump card had skyrocketed again. Even if he encountered a Tai, he would not be afraid. Do you have a name? Ningqi smiled. I don't. The sect guardian puppet pondered for a moment before it shook its head and said, I'll give you the name Ning-yi. Ningqi smiled. Ning-yi. All right. I'll be called Ning-yi from now on. Ning-yi grinned. You stand to the side. Ningqi smiled. Ning-yi nodded and stood still on the spot like a statue. The next moment, Ningqi's mind once again arrived at the 5th floor of the contribution tower. The puppet had already been repaired. Next, he planned to look at the other celestial techniques in the contribution tower to see if there were any practical ones. If there were, he would choose one. After all, as long as he had enough contribution points, he could easily cultivate it to its peak. They're all 5th-rank celestial techniques. Ningqi looked for a long time. Although there were a few celestial techniques that were relatively powerful, 5th-rank celestial techniques were not very useful for Ningqi. The confining dragon elephant art had already been cultivated to the 13th layer, and there were 33 auxiliary outlines. Each of the auxiliary outlines was equivalent to an immortal art that had been cultivated to the peak. However, Ningqi still wasn't too clear about the grade of the confining dragon elephant art. He felt that perhaps he could only clearly understand it in his sea of consciousness. He felt that he could only fully understand the prison-suppressing dragon-elephant technique by understanding what was behind the prison-suppressing gate. The prison-suppressing gate was already transmitting a steady stream of power into Ningqi's body. If he could completely harness the power behind the gate for his own use, Ningqi believed that his strength would definitely soar once again. System. I'm now a perfected golden immortal, but I still don't know much about attaining Dao fruit. Can you see if I can exchange my contribution points for a few Dao fruits to study? Ningqi asked with an idea in his mind. The system did not reply for a long time. Forget it. Ningqi smiled and brought Ning-yi back to the wooden hut in the very next moment. Since the system could not give him an answer, or was unwilling to give him one, he had no choice but to take a different approach and ask a few grand luo to see how they had attained Phala in the past. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from outside. Then Ning Qi heard a commotion, which seemed to include the angry roars of Yu Tianlan and Su Chuling. Ning Yi looked at Ning Qi, a look of inquiry in his eyes. "Let's go out and have a look." Ning Qi shook his head faintly and walked out of the wooden hut. Seeing this, Ning Yi followed closely behind. Since Ning Qi did not intend to let him take action, he would not poke his nose into other people's business. It was chaos outside the wooden hut. Lu Shufan and the other perfected golden immortals were fighting a large group of golden immortals together. It was obvious that Lu Shufan's side had the upper hand. Yu Tianlan and Su Chuling seemed to be seriously injured and were sitting cross-legged on the ground, adjusting their breathing. Before long, the other golden immortals also retreated to Yu Tianlan and his wife's side, looking a little fearful and desperate. Chapter 2800. Brother Wu. Yu Tianlan subconsciously looked at Ning Qi with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The current situation in the town was very urgent. Lu Shufan and the other 9 golden immortals at the peak of golden immortal planned to kill everyone. Of course, they would not attack those who were willing to leave the town, but who would be willing to die. The remaining golden immortals joined forces to fight against them. In addition to Yu Tianlan, there was a group of golden immortals at the peak of golden immortal, but their cultivation and combat strength were obviously inferior to Lu Shufan and the others. Even if they joined forces with a large group of golden immortals at the late stage, middle stage, and even early stage, they could not gain the upper hand. Didn't he go missing? So he used some kind of secret technique to hide in the wooden house all this time. With him, we may be able to fight against Lu Shufan and the others. Many golden immortals at the peak of golden immortals' eyes showed surprise when they saw Ning Qi. The faces of the 9 golden immortals at the peak of golden immortal gradually became solemn. Ning Qi killed a golden immortal at the peak of golden immortal with one palm. Such a means naturally made them feel afraid. Ning Yi, who was behind Ning Qi, was just a puppet, not an immortal. His aura was not obvious at all, so he was temporarily ignored. Only a few people noticed Ning Yi, and their eyes flashed with a trace of surprise and doubt. "What? We haven't seen each other for a few days, and you're already killing each other?" Ning Qi glanced at the crowd and looked at Lu Shufan with a smile. Lu Shufan forced a smile and said, "Brother Wu, you're very secretive, so you naturally don't know what happened during this time. But since you've shown up today, why don't you join forces with us to drive these golden immortals out of the town and find a way out for yourself?" Hearing this, both sides were shocked. Yu Tianlan and the other golden immortals were afraid that Ning Qi would join the other party's team, which was tantamount to a disaster for them. The 9 golden immortals at the peak of golden immortal beside Lu Shufan also looked surprised and doubtful. If Ning Qi joined them, they would have one more person, who would be eliminated in the end. "What if I don't want to join forces with you?" Ning Qi smiled. Lu Shufan looked at Ning Qi with his bright eyes. "If you don't join forces with me, don't blame us for suppressing you. You'll either die or live. You're talking big. Ning Yi, take him down." Ning Qi smiled. "Yes." Ning Yi's figure moved slightly, as if he had disappeared for a moment. The next moment, everyone was shocked to see him grabbing Lu Shufan's neck and standing respectfully behind Ning Qi. As for Lu Shufan, his face was extremely red. Both his arms and legs were hanging limply, as if he had been suppressed and had no strength left. Lu Shufan's eyes were filled with shock. His mouth was agape, but he was completely speechless. When the golden immortals present saw this scene, they were shocked. The way they looked at Ning Qi and Ning Yi changed drastically. Lu Shufan is already at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Even if he can't compare to the geniuses on the golden immortal leaderboard, he shouldn't be much weaker. How did he get suppressed in the blink of an eye? Who is this person? I've never seen him before. His aura is so strange. Is he an immortal or a demon? You're wrong. All roads lead to Rome. You said I only have 2 paths to take. In fact, the paths I can take are much more than you think." Ning Qi looked at Lu Shufan and said with a smile. Before Lu Shufan could speak, Ning Qi made a move in his mind. Ning Yi flew up and threw Lu Shufan out of the town. The terrifying power made Lu Shufan disappear in front of everyone like a cannonball without looking back. Then there was a roar of an evil beast outside the town and Lu Shufan's extremely resentful roar. The sound continued for about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, and the world became quiet once again. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and when they looked at Ning Qi again, their gazes were filled with terror. Lu Shufan's fate didn't need to be thought about. He would definitely die in the mouth of an evil beast. Just when everyone was nervous and wanted to see if Ning Qi would drive them out of the town like Lu Shufan, Ning Qi walked out of the town, and Ning Yi followed closely behind. "Brother Wu, there was a trace of shock in you," Tianlan's eyes. The next moment, he immediately helped Su Chuling up and walked toward the entrance of the town. Seeing this, the other golden immortals followed them. Outside the town, Ning Qi and Ning Yi stood side by side. Every time a ferocious beast appeared, it would be killed by Ning Qi's sword. The strength of the ferocious beast was indeed equivalent to that of a golden immortal. Ning Qi could obtain 10 merit points. With Ning Qi's wealth, he naturally wouldn't be interested in these merit points. However, these evil beasts came from the Tiandao family. Ning Qi was naturally very willing to cause some trouble for the Tiandao family. Therefore, he just stood at the entrance of the town and killed every evil beast that appeared. The golden immortals in the town were stunned. Some even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were dreaming or seeing things. Everyone had already witnessed the strength of the ferocious beasts. Even a perfected golden immortal like Lu Shufan didn't have much of a chance of winning in a one-on-one battle. But now, such powerful ferocious beasts were cut down like fruits by Ning Qi's sword, one after another. "Brother Wu, what's your background?" Yu Tianlan muttered to himself. At this time, Su Chuling's eyes lit up. She said softly, he may be using an alias. He should be a genius on the list of golden immortals. A genius on the list of golden immortals. Hiss! Hearing Su Chuling's speculation, everyone gasped in disbelief. But apart from this explanation, they couldn't think of any other possibility. Soon, some golden immortals came to a realization. If the other party could even pull a genius on the list of golden immortals into the trial ground so easily, then the sect that opened the trial this time must be terrifyingly strong. One evil beast after another roared and died wailing. 30, 50, 80 Ning Qi killed one and drew a line on the ground. After the 100th evil beast died under Ning Qi's sword, no evil beast appeared again for a full 10 minutes. That's it. Ning Qi smiled. It should be. Ning Yi looked around and nodded. Then let's go. Ning Qi put away his sword and walked away. Ning Yi followed closely behind. In a moment, the two of them disappeared from everyone's sight. In the town, a golden immortal looked at this scene blankly and said subconsciously, "Did he kill all the evil beasts?" "It should be," Yu Tianlan muttered to himself. "Then can't we leave this place freely?" Chapter 2801. All the golden immortals in the small town had left. None of them chose to stay, because they did not dare to bet that they would end up like the heavenly immortals if they were teleported to a group of Grand Luo. Another dozen days passed, and a silhouette slowly materialized in the void. Why are all the vicious beasts here wiped out? The silhouette appeared to be puzzled and shocked as it mumbled to itself. Could there be a prodigy on the ranking of golden immortals hidden among those golden immortals? No! Even a prodigy on the ranking of golden immortals couldn't have wiped out the hundreds of vicious beasts here. The silhouette vanished, puzzled. 10 years later, Ning Qi brought Ning Yi on a very long journey. During this period, they encountered many dangerous places. Some of the dangerous places were completely capable of killing Ning Qi. But because of Ning Yi's existence, Ning Qi was always scared but not in danger. Over the past 10 years, Ning Qi had met many immortals who had been dragged here to train. Some of them were heavenly immortals, some were golden immortals, and there were even Grand Luo. It was only after conversing with them that Ning Qi learned that there were many immortals who had been dragged here, and they came from all over the world. There were even those who had never heard of the existence of the world of immortals, and whose cultivation was not even human immortals. Ning Qi only had one goal, and that was to find a way to leave this place. It was a pity that even with Ning Yi, the sect protector puppet, he could not find any way or clue to leave this place. There was no further news from the Tiandao clan either, and no one knew the criteria for completing the trial and leaving this place. What was it? Therefore, Ning Qi chose to let nature take its course. He built an abode in a place with verdant hills and limpid waters. Not only did Ning Qi's abode exist here, there were over 30 other abodes, and all of them were occupied by perfected golden immortals. Ning Qi's choice to build an abode here was naturally related to the Dao fruit. In the beginning, when Ning Qi came to ask for guidance from the golden immortals, they did not even bother to acknowledge him. Some even tried to teach him a lesson, only to be beaten up and chased out of the mountains. It was only then that the other Grand Luo began to take Ning Qi seriously, and every time they sat down to discuss Dao with him, they would be speculating about Ning Qi's identity. Everyone in the novel was guessing Ning Qi's identity. Ning Qi was well aware of this, but he didn't want to expose it. A total of 9 people, including Ning Qi, were sitting in a stone pavilion. They were sharing what they had seen and heard with each other, as well as problems they had encountered in their cultivation. Ning Qi smiled and listened quietly. When everyone had dealt with whatever they could, one of the white-haired Grand Luo smiled at Ning Qi and said, "Young Wu, you've actually only recently ascended as a full-fledged golden immortal, and your combat prowess far surpasses ours. There's no need to rush to attain Dao fruition, so why not strengthen your foundation by several times first? That way, there's a good chance you could attain 30th fruition. Unlike me, I stayed in the perfected golden immortal realm for too many years and almost exhausted my lifespan. Later on, I was lucky enough to attain Dao fruit and preserve my life. Unfortunately, I've only attained 11 fruition. Compared to you, fellow Daoists, I'm truly ashamed." The one who spoke called himself Changsho, hailing from a remote ghost realm. However, that place was different from other ghost realms, as there were still some immortals and legends about them. Changsho was an early-stage Zenith immortal, a figure who had access to the heavens and had countless disciples and grand disciples under his command. Even so, it was only after he was pulled into the trial grounds that he learned of the existence of a world of immortals. Brother Changsho, don't belittle yourself. It's already impressive enough that you could cultivate to become an earth immortal in the place you came from, but you forcefully cultivated to Grand Luo and attained 11 fruition. With such potential, you would definitely be a mighty figure with 30th fruition if you were born in the Langya immortal domain. Another middle stage, perfected golden immortal, said with a smile. There was a trace of admiration in his words. Then, a few other Zenith immortals spoke up, expressing their admiration for Changsho. The fact that he could attain 11 fruition in that ghost realm was enough to prove his potential. If it were an ordinary Grand Luo, such as the one back in the homeworld, they would definitely be cursing inwardly if they heard their discussion. There were 33 fruition fruits, and the Grand Luo in the immortal realm were basically below 10 fruition fruits. Beyond that number, the level was different, and Grand Luo who could attain more than 10 fruition fruits were already rare, while those with more than 20 fruition fruits were peerless prodigies. As for those with more than 30 fruition fruits, they were probably the top 10 of the ranking of Zenith immortals. As such, Changsho's future accomplishments would not be too shabby with 11 fruition fruits, and his chances of becoming a mystic immortal were extremely high. Compared to those Grand Luo who were still far away from becoming a mystic immortal, it was an excellent start. Changsho merely smiled and shook his head when he heard the other Grand Luo's praises, though there was a hint of smugness in the depths of his eyes. Fellow Taoists, we've talked so many times, and all of you have said that attaining fruition depends on chance and luck. There's no other way to increase the chances of attaining fruition? Ning Qi smiled. The other Grand Luo looked at each other and shook their heads. Ning Qi sighed inwardly. There was no such thing as untraceable in this world. There would only be an effect if there was a cause, and those who attained fruition must have found their own cause. If Ning Qi could not find the cause, he would not be able to attain fruition. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk, a loud sound suddenly came from the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked over, only to see the sea of clouds churning. Soon, a stone tablet rose from the sky. This stone tablet seemed to be rooted in the sea of clouds, and it was covered by white clouds. At the top of the stone tablet, there were 3 blood-red words: Tendo family. Clan, trial steel. Tendo clan? One of the Grand Luo could not help exclaiming. Everyone else looked at each other in bewilderment before turning towards the Grand Luo. Venerable Red Flame, what is this Tendo clan you speak of? Venerable Red Flame stared at the stone steel in excitement. None of you have heard of it? A very, very long time ago, I obtained a jade slip that recorded ancient matters by chance, and it said that there's actually a group of hidden immortals in the heavens and the earth that possess extraordinary abilities. Every time a major event occurs in the immortal dimension or when it encounters a calamity, these hidden immortals would emerge into the world to save the dying, heal the injured, and bring peace to the world. Who would have thought that the legend was true? Looks like we've been chosen by the Tendo clan to enter this trial. If we succeed, we would become members of the Tendo clan in the future. This is a great opportunity. A great opportunity. Fate. Everyone appeared as excited as Venerable Red Flame when they heard that. Ning Qi was the only one who curled his lips in disdain. They would be greatly disappointed if they knew the Tendo clan's true colors.